Mr. President, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. We're going to get started now. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, city council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearing, and can also be found on phl.com. Mr. McDermott, will you please call the roll to take attendance, and members that are in attendance, please indicate by saying presence and maybe a word or two to ensure that your image is displayed on the screen. Mr. McDermott, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bass.
Good morning. I am present. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. Councilmember Green.
I am present, ready for a productive day.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gim.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Heenan. Councilmember Johnson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Councilmember Jones.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues, and viewing public.
Good morning.
Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember O.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Buenos dias, Council President and colleagues.
Buenos dias.
Councilmember Squilla.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues. Present.
Good morning.
And Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started now. This is the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 200-655, 210, 283, 210, 284, 210, 285, 210, 320, 210, 321, 210, 322, 210, 323, 210, 324, 210, 442, and resolutions number 210, 336, and 200-517. Following panels on bill number 200-655 and resolution number 210-517. We will hear testimony for the public. Mr. McDermott, please read the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Bill number 210320, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the fiscal years 2022 to 2027 inclusive. Bill number 210321, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal year 2022 capital budget. Bill number 210322, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2022. Bill number 210323, an ordinance amending Chapter 192600 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 210324, an ordinance amending Chapter 191500 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Wage and Net Profits Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 210442, amending Chapter 191200 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Parking Tax by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 210283, amending Chapter 192600 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes by changing the manner of imposition, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 210284, amending Chapter 192600 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 210285, amending Chapter 191500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Wage and Net Profits Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200655, authorizing the Procurement Department on behalf of the city to enter into an amendment agreement with Axon Enterprises Incorporated for purchases of tasers by the city under certain terms and conditions. And resolution number 210517, a resolution reappointing Jeffrey B. Goldstone to the Board of Directors of the City Avenue Special Services District. And resolution number 210336, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2022 through 2026. And incorporating proposed changes with respects to fiscal year 2021, which is to be submitted by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this council approved by the mayor on January 3rd, 1992, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Today, we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal year 2022, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal 2022 through fiscal 2027. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this is a public hearing and is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. So by continuing to be in this meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for the witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available on Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this particular purpose. Mr. McDermott, will you please call the first witness we have to testify this morning on resolution number 210517?
Our first witness is Mr. Terry Foley, President and CEO of the City Avenue Special Services District.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Please state your name for the record and proceed with the testimony.
Thank you. Terrence Foley. Good morning, Council President and members. As I said, I'm Terrence Foley. I'm the President of the City Avenue Special Services District, better known as the City Ave District. The City Ave District is a unique partnership between the City of Philadelphia and the Township of Lower Merion. It stretches from I-76 to 63rd Street along City Avenue. The district's objectives are to improve public safety, enhance the area's image, and attract and shape development. The City Ave District works with businesses, property owners, developers, and residents to shape the future of this important corridor. This work includes new zoning on both the Philadelphia and Lower Merion sides, allowing for much opportunity for new development. The district has completed over $13 million in streetscape and safety improvements over the last 10 years, and there is an additional $3 million of improvements that are fully funded and will be constructed next year. Today, we're asking that one of our board members, Mr. Jeffrey Goldstone, be reappointed. Mr. Goldstone has been a commercial real estate professional since 1979 when he graduated from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. Since 2001, he has been the president of Herbert Yentis and Company Realtors. He is a third-generation owner of the firm, which has been in Philadelphia for over 100 years. Mr. Goldstone has been a continually active and supportive member of our board of directors, and we are anxious for him to be reappointed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have any questions of this witness or comments by members of the committee? There being none, I want to thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. You can disconnect yourself. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the testimony and questions for that particular witness. Mr. McDermott.
Mr. President?
Yes, Councilman Jones.
I apologize. I had slight technical difficulty. I would like to make a comment about the Special Services District and those reappointments. And not so much based on the obvious, which is that they service businesses along the City Avenue corridor, maintaining maintenance and security issues, but in particular, during some of the most troubling times in recent history when looters were attacking commercial corridors. Terry Foley and his organization were on the vanguard of dealing with issues such as the Target looting, all the way down from the expressway to 77th and City Avenue. And I want to thank them for being versatile enough to adapt to a changing Philadelphia climate and to make sure that we steadied the ship and kept businesses open, kept shops able to supply vital goods and services to the people of my district and the people of the surrounding counties. For that, I am truly grateful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you so much. That concludes the testimony and questions for that particular witness. Mr. McDermott, please call the name of the next witness to testify on bill number 200655.
Our next witness is Danielle Outlaw, Philadelphia Police Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioner. Are you connected?
Good morning, Mr. President. 1 second. I think I am. All right.
Yeah, you're good. We hear you loud and clear. Just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Sure. Good morning, Council President Clark and other members of the City Council. My name is Danielle Outlaw, and I'm the Philadelphia Police Commissioner. I'm also here with my executive team, per usual. But first, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify regarding Bill number 200655. This bill is the result of the hard work of the Procurement Department, the Law Department, and Axon Enterprises, who work together to develop a financial mechanism for the Philadelphia Police Department to receive the tasers necessary to outfit the officers who remain without tasers this year, while allowing the city to pay for this equipment over multiple years. Simply stated, this bill would allow for every officer on the street who does not already have a taser to receive the equipment as quickly as possible. With me today is Deputy Commissioner Christine Coulter, who can address any technical questions you may have about the contract and the actual plan for deployment. I also want to take this opportunity to reiterate the overall reformation that is currently underway in the Philadelphia Police Department so that you understand that tasers are but a piece of a comprehensive plan to better adjust people in crisis in our city. They're not a be-all, end-all, but rather just one element of helping the city and its police department achieve this overall reformation. Tasers, again, are just one piece of the puzzle. As with any puzzle, one needs to see how all of the pieces fit together to see the entire picture. That said, please allow me to reiterate the number of other things or puzzle pieces that have been implemented or will be implemented. We believe this comprehensive reform plan will allow Philadelphia to become a model of 21st century policing that other cities can emulate. The reforms that we've already implemented are not intended to replace these mechanisms, but rather to augment them and create a synergy. Each reform is being designed to fit fluidly with existing services to maximize not only capacity, but also quality and outcomes for our citizens. First, our Crisis Intervention Team, or CIT, is designed to help people in any type of crisis, not just a mental health crisis. This is critically important because as human beings, each of us have been in a crisis at some point in our lives, whether it's the loss of a loved one, a job, a person experiencing substance abuse or serious mental illness. How the officer interacts at that moment in time can make the difference between life and death. We know this. The ability to recognize a person in crisis and shift gears or rather tactics immediately is the heart and soul of the Philadelphia CIT program. At times, people in crisis are not able to think or act rationally through no fault of their own. It's essential that PPD officers can recognize persons in crisis and can respond in a manner that allows for successful de-escalation. Building upon the CIT program with the help of DBH-IDS, we've also developed and implemented a behavioral health script that is read to each person calling into 911. When people call 911 regarding family members in distress, these callers are often in a crisis themselves. They may forget key details that would be critical for responding officers. So the first goal of implementing this script was to collect as much information from the callers as possible to ensure we are sending CIT trained officers to these assignments. It also has the added benefit that the 911 dispatcher can quickly push this information to the officers prior to their arrival on scene. As a result, we believe our officers can, as mentioned above, can shift gears and tactics quickly and quickly employ de-escalation techniques to help our citizenry. These are not crimes in progress, but rather people in crisis. Everything we're doing to address people in crisis is coordinated, and this work is not done in silos. While this script is an exponential improvement in how we respond to people in crisis, we're also using this script as a mechanism to ultimately decide whether police should be the actual first responders to a specific incident. In essence, as envisioned, the script should allow the city to put crisis-related calls into certain categories or buckets. In this manner, we can ultimately dispatch a 911 call to the most appropriate responder. Building on this concept, we've already developed and implemented a co-responder program. Like tasers, the co-responder program is not the end-all or be-all, but a component in an overall plan. The purpose of this program is to provide an enhanced level of service for certain incidences by providing a CIT trained officer along with a behavioral health clinician. As referenced above, we are trying to categorize the crisis calls coming in and to also identify the appropriate services to respond. But to be clear, the co-responder program is still a piece in a much larger puzzle. We have the CIT response, the co-responders response, and are looking to divert as many crisis-related calls as possible to non-police responders. Towards this end, our partners at DBH-IDS have embedded a behavioral health clinician into our police radio. Initially, the role of this individual was to help create the co-responder model, but the role of this position as it expands will be to assist in offloading crisis calls to a completely civilian response. DBH-IDS is actively working to expand the capabilities of the current crisis line and the mobile emergency teams. This is essentially the third category of crisis-related calls that we're attempting to identify, and as the program expands, will provide the mechanism to directly dispatch the mobile teams when appropriate in lieu of police officers. So, with all of that said, I hope that you can see that we're not creating a single response to people in crisis, but rather a range of options. No two crises are the same, so we must anticipate and prepare to provide a variety of responses based on the best information possible. I am happy to report that with the help of DBH-IDS, we are well along our way. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But here also is Staff Inspector Fran Healy, who has been involved in developing and implementing many of these programs. He's available here today for any questions regarding the details. Again, thank you, and we'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. You've answered a couple of questions I had in your testimony, so I won't bother with that. I do want to ask the question with respect to use of tasers. Unfortunately, we've heard of a number of incidents where officers pulled the taser was trying to pull the taser, and they pulled the weapon, Glock or whatever type of weapon they had, and had a very unfortunate incidents happen in that particular time. So there's always been this issue of, can you determine the difference? How can you mistake a taser for a gun? All those, the placement of the taser on the body of the officer. What are we doing to ensure that nothing like that happens? And I know we already have tasers in use, but as we expand to the point where every officer might have a taser, what are we doing? Because we can't afford to have something like that happen.
No, we can't. And, before I turn it over to Commissioner Coulter, if there's anything else she wants to chime in on the training piece, we make sure that we carry our, so the epidemic, or I would say the issue of taser confusion was brought to law enforcement's attention many years ago. And I can even think of a specific incident while I was still in Oakland with the Barclays. We can all remember Oscar Grant, the unfortunate incident that happened at the Fruitvale station there. For those reasons, that's why we ensure that we don't carry the taser on our strong side, or the side where we also carry our firearm. And we train to ensure that everything that we do, remember, it's all muscle memory. So when we practice drawing the taser, again, being that is from the weak side, we're ensuring that, again, it's very clear we know what the lethal firearm is versus the taser. And again, it's all muscle memory, and it's really dependent upon how we train. And I think we've done really well with that. Commissioner Coulter, is there anything that I missed on the training piece?
And just with regard to the training, also requires it always to be a cross draw. So it's not a natural move where drawing your firearm is a natural move. And I was actually present during a training where someone had one of the older tasers where they were all black before they became color. They were taken off right off the line. Every officer wears one that has a bright yellow color. All the cues that we could possibly give somebody that they wouldn't confuse it for a gun. Nothing's 100% foolproof, but we train the cops all the time with that cross draw. So they're never going to be thinking that natural draw is what you're going to be getting drawing your taser. So we've taken all the best practices, we incorporate them, and we have our officers qualify annually with their taser as well, not just their firearm, so they get used to that. Practice makes permanent, not perfect. So if you're not practicing what you should be doing, you may not do it in real life. So it is an effort, and it's a consistent, reiterated training part to make sure that they're doing everything exactly the opposite if they were drawing their firearm.
Okay. Hate to sound like a layman, but I am one. With respects to the actual taser itself, and I'm asking a stupid question, but I don't know. I acknowledge that I'm a layman. Is there a way to ensure that this doesn't happen? But unfortunately, it has happened. That the taser itself the feel of it is such that immediately if you mistakenly reach for it and touch it, it's clearly a taser versus a gun. This has its own feel, and the actual placement on the officer's body. I know we call them sidearms, but does it have to be on the side of the officer, on their hip, where, that's the first place you go when you pull a weapon, versus being elsewhere on the body, like on the chest, or, some officers, like people carry weapons with shoulder holsters and all that. And I know this sounds like a goofy question, but I got to ask these kind of questions.
I don't think it sounds goofy at all. There are some concerns about carrying any type of munition in places that are easily accessible where someone can grab them. So, there's issues around that. But I want to emphasize what Commissioner Coulter mentioned around the cross draw. I mean, even though it's on the side, it still forces us to go out of our way if it's not our strong side, right? It's still uncomfortable to do the cross draw. And it reminds us that this is not the lethal firearm, it's the taser. Now, the taser itself, it still has a trigger mechanism, and, it's plastic, it's much lighter. I wish I had a picture to hold up and show. But we're talking about during times of stress. We're talking about when tunnel vision can kick in and a whole bunch of other physiological symptoms that we all know we experience when we're under stress, which is why it's important for us to train through these things and to introduce that stress in our scenario-based training, our reality-based training, so that these things don't happen.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I had to ask those questions. Thank you, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gauthier.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning to the team. My first question, I wanted to know if you could clarify if this contract is adding more money to the police budget, or if the department is foregoing other expenditures to cover the cost of this contract.
Fair question. Commissioner Coulter?
Yes, there's currently not funding in the current police budget to cover this cost. What we cover is $900,000 a year. That's what's allocated. But the cost to outfit the entire department would be much more than that. So the police department will be picking up about $3.6 million of that in our current budget allocation, but the remaining would have to be funded through some other source.
Okay, thank you very much. You talked about the training that helps officers to distinguish between the taser and their gun. Can you more fully describe the training process that officers will take part in, and also how implicit bias will be addressed in these trainings?
Sure. The taser training, which is separate from the other training that the police officers go through, it's considered part of the range training. So they are training with both weapons so they can distinguish. I explained the cross draw, which is not really a comfortable way to draw a weapon. You're reaching across your body. But we currently have almost 3,000 of our members trained in implicit bias, and all of those things come into those decision making, that when you're looking at how you're perceiving somebody, whether it's a danger, whether it's somebody in need of help, somebody in crisis. So all our officers, that will be an added tool that we didn't have a year ago. We started in November, and we're hoping by this fall to have all 6,000 plus our civilian employees trained as well in implicit bias. But one of the things that we did this year, and it was actually at the request of our people who teach reality-based training, to allow them to go through CIT training as well, so that the same message that we would be giving, no matter what type of training you'd be in, and when you practice the scenarios, what they do now is take crisis scenarios, not just crime scenarios, and things that maybe went wrong either in our city or some other city, incorporate them into the reality-based training with that CIT component. And Fran Healy may be able to speak a little more about that, but all of the folks that are teaching now, both defensive tactics, reality-based training, are also CIT trained persons. So it's a consistent message no matter what type of training you're looking at. You're getting the same messaging that, to do the assessment, to, use the least to minimal force when somebody is in a crisis and just look for that safe resolution. And to be honest, I don't see, even if we get 4,500 tasers, I don't think we would be using them more often. What we would be doing is putting it in the hands of someone in that final decision-making point where they have to use force to use a taser. I don't think the taser use would increase, but it would give that one more choice to somebody before they had to go to deadly force.
Thank you. Tasers are being proposed as a non-lethal option, but what data is there to prove that taser deaths will not occur? And additionally, is there any data on the number of deaths or hospitalizations due to taser deployment by our officers during the 2019 to 2020 period in which the officers were using Axon tasers?
Councilwoman, I could get you the data as to the deployment. There is nothing that's 100% or a guarantee. There have been people nationally who have been tased who have died. Very small number compared to people who have been shot that have died. But it does not always end, without that possibility of it being fatal. It's just a much less likelihood that that would happen if the taser is deployed as opposed to a firearm. But I can get you the data. I can't remember in the last year or two us having anybody significantly injured. And as you know, we take people to the hospital when we tase them just to have them checked out. So that's part of our protocol to make sure that, they are healthy and well when they go from there. Because some of them are either going into custody or mental health evaluation protocols. So we do make sure that we are having doctors see them. But the number of taser deaths is very much smaller than those with the use of firearm, but there is no guarantee. And, we would never know somebody's medical condition or any existing factors that could contribute to if they were tased that something would happen, but it's a greater odds that they will survive.
Is it possible for you to get us the data on what has occurred locally this morning?
I could try to get what I can. I don't know how that's tracked. Whether it's something that could be run or they have to pull each of the individual jobs where they use the taser, but I will see what I could do.
Thank you. And then lastly, what data does Axon have about the effects of tasers on the body?
I think we'd have to circle back and provide you with all of the guidelines that Axon provides. If it's not readily available on their website, we can get that to you.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Commissioner, those questions, excuse me, if you can give us a more definitive timeline on when you get responses, because we have to take action on a number of bills within the next day. So the sooner you get that back to us, the better.
Sure, we'll be reaching out now.
And if today would be helpful.
Simultaneously.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman again.
Thank you very much, Council President. First, Commissioner, I just want to acknowledge and thank you for the significant shift in the department's strategies to commit to diversion and invest in 911 dispatch in order to achieve, as you said, a meaningful offloading of appropriate mental health calls to a full civilian crisis response. There was a tremendous amount of advocacy on this issue by mental health specialists, social workers, clinicians, advocates, those who have been most impacted, and everyone working to transform policing towards a broader and better vision of public safety and meeting the complex and complicated needs of residents. And I just, hope that we can hold space because it's not often that we see such a significant shift. And I do want to thank you, Commissioner Outlaw, for committing to that and for your leadership in this space. So, absolutely. I wanted to push a little bit more on as we commit, or the department looks to commit to expanding tasers. One of the things that we're looking at is whether, not so much about the use of the tasers in terms of training, but whether you can talk to us a little bit about the department's commitment to overall de-escalate. One of the things that has been raised as concern about use of tasers is that they are still a pretty significant weapon, and they are not a gun, of course, but they are a significant weapon. And what we would want to make sure of, although Commissioner Coulter, Deputy Commissioner Coulter kind of referred to it, that she hasn't necessarily seen statistics, but, we did want to hear a little bit more about de-escalation overall and whether officers who receive a taser aren't receiving it as just a means, just for a gun, but that they are actually getting trained in what I think is one of the most important areas, which is just complete de-escalation and avoiding use of weaponry in an interaction unless absolutely necessary, a threat to that officer, other individuals, or to the safety of the person involved.
Sure. Before I turn it back to Deputy Commissioner Coulter, training also falls under her shop, which is why I keep pinging that way. But just to be clear, for those who are watching, and I have one here, if you all want to look, you can see it. This is what the taser looks like. You see it's yellow. You see it's pretty clunky. But again, it does have a similar mechanism here with the trigger and similarities in shape. With that said, though, we incorporate de-escalation into everything that we do, which is why it's important that we not only use classroom training and incorporate best practices and case studies from other departments, or even things that we've learned from here in the city, but it's also to reinforce what we learn in the classroom with reality-based training. And the reality-based training is, think of that as a practical exercise or a practical application. When assessors are evaluating our performance as we go through, they are not only assessing whether or not the proper law, policy, procedure was applied, they're also, if the specific scenario calls for it, rating on how well the officers de-escalated. They're rating on whether or not, or how the officers use their verbal skills, how they opted not to use force, even though they had that available option there. So I'm saying all that to say it's incorporated into everything that we do on a regular basis. It's not just a one and done classroom training. This is how you de-escalate. So it's, again, there's crossover with our implicit bias training. It's crossover with all of the different things. So the less lethal munitions that we have is all incorporated into our tools and options, our use of force continuums, and it's assessed on a regular basis. Commissioner Coulter, you want to chime in?
And Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Coulter, before you chime in, one thing I just want to make clear is that, there's been some review of the use of tasers. For example, there's been news stories, particularly by groups like the Police Executive Research Forum, that took a look and talked about how the use of tasers, when they're appropriate, is very successful, but actually cited a pretty staggering statistic that 40% of the time, tasers do not work as expected, and that the Police Executive Research Forum continues to emphasize the need for more de-escalation training for Philadelphia police officers. I'm fully aware that the department has its standard training. I think what I'm asking is whether do you see increased and targeted and escalated focus on de-escalation training as a mandatory partner with the I don't know, how do you say it? Like if a police officer receives a taser, is there a commitment that that officer not only has his or her traditional training, but will have additional hours of de-escalation so that the taser is not seen as and what it can be in a situation where it might just become a crutch, and I'm wondering if that's like something that that the department's willing to commit to.
I think we should be concerned, and this hasn't been brought to my attention yet. I think we should be concerned if we see the data tell us that there's an over-reliance on taser usage, meaning the numbers have increased over a period of time. And the reason why I keep stressing the de-escalation piece is we stress de-escalation, period, regardless if it's a taser, whether it's a aspartame, whatever it is, we stress to de-escalate or to use force that's proportionate to the level of the threat that we see. This just happens to be one of the tools that we're talking about today, but de-escalation is prioritized and emphasized at the forefront in every aspect of our training, not just specifically for the taser, because we happen to be talking about the taser today. It's for everything.
So with CIT training, is CIT training mandatory within the department?
It is not mandatory. Okay. At this time, we have about 3,000 people that have been through it, but we continue to train. We haven't run into a shortage of volunteers, but however, it's our hope to get everybody done.
And what percentage of the force is CIT trained then?
We have the total numbers I can get you first in a second, but we have, as the commissioner mentioned, about 3,000 people trained. So you were talking about first responders, people that are on the street versus police officers in general. I have to get back to the actual percentage. My CIT coordinator can break this down by district. I can tell you exactly how many are in each district. She's working on it. Actually, she brought it up to my attention yesterday. But the goal here is, and I have to say this in all honesty, there's some people say mandatory CIT versus voluntary. The model that was initially implemented was voluntary. For the reason for it is that officers actually buy into the program much better. But the issue is also the quality of the program in Philadelphia. It's not taught by police. It's taught basically by the mental health professionals and volunteers that come together. And actually, they also believe in the model of volunteerism. But the issue there is the quality of our program is so good. It's a 40-hour block. We have never had a shortage. On average, prior to the pandemic, I should say, our classes were 35 full. And then we'd allow a couple of seats from outside jurisdictions to also sit in that want to be a part of the program as well. So it's not as if we're at a loss of training anybody. Even if we wanted to go mandatory, we couldn't do it any faster than we're doing based upon the quality that we have right now. So I'm happy. We have a very large number of our young officers. They all get the mandatory state training from the state MPO commission. We also have a version of the first mental health first aid. So when they walk out in Philadelphia, they do have an additional level of training, and then they're eligible to volunteer for the CIT program. But that was our plan, and that's the process we use.
Understood. And I just feel like with the $13 million TASER program that we should try to expand this and make things invest in our training. Council President, could I just ask for the department, in addition to the data that was requested by Councilmember Gautier, if we could ask how many times were tasers used in 2019 and 2020, and whether the rates of any use of force, did it vary among officers equipped with tasers versus those who did not?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You got that?
I will write that down, Commissioner, so that you don't. We'll send it along through the Council President's office.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. And good morning, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners. And I want to emphasize that your department has not waited for popular opinion or legislation for that matter to begin reforms, and that does not go unnoticed by members of this body. And we are thankful for that. I guess my question becomes, in the co-responder model, how are we ramping up to be able to address mental health issues year to date? How is that working? And do we have response times that we can measure so that if you get a call for my home, Member Jones, and he's having crisis, how quickly can there be a co-responder model dispatch to my home to address it? And in that case, how do you work with the continuum of use of force to determine whether or not it is time, judgment-wise, to deploy a taser?
No, I'm happy to jump in there. Just so as you're aware, the co-responder model, at this point, we have 4 teams in the field. So this is still a rollout of a pilot program. So quite honestly, we don't have data on response times. These officers are in the field right now, and what we've done is to get them in the field as quickly as possible. We've piggybacked them onto our service details, which I'm sure you're familiar with. In Center City, or in Central Division and in East Division, we have the service details that are assigned to the inspector's office that actually deal with the homeless issues, drug addiction, all those type of issues in each of those divisions. So these officers are tied to those units temporarily, at least until we get this out, because of the supervision that's needed as well as the logistics. So they're currently running in East Division and Central Division only. We're right now trying to figure out, working out some bugs and bumps of how we can do this better. I mean, this is the first and actually I have to say, this is a cultural change for us because we've never had civilians riding with police officers. So we took a great deal of time up front giving additional training for these officers with the reality-based team, as the commissioner had mentioned. So, but the issue is how fast they can get on scene. I don't have that data, I'll be very honest with you, because it's so new. We have data of the jobs that they're rolling in on and the volume of activity, which is quite impressive. I'm happy to share that. I'm getting those reports from the sergeants monthly. I'm happy to share that with the commissioner, and the commissioner sees it, but also I'm happy to share that with you. As to the progression of force...
Let me not stop you for a second. See, that explains something, because the general public believes that we're already ramped up.
Correct.
And that when you call and explain that there might be the need for someone to be evaluated, that's going to happen as fast as the response to a 911. And I guess we have to temper the public's expectation to say this is experimental and being rolled out, because there are people that think otherwise, and we have to be careful in our messaging. So,
yes, we've been trying to be very careful with the managing director's office, along with DBH IDS, to actually do exactly what you mentioned. Be very clear as to the expectations that what we have out there and what their capacities are at this point. But like I said, as they move forward, we've had some positive results. These individuals are interacting and getting people the help they need. It's quite impressive. So I'm happy. When we expand this, we have to. I'm not really sure what the numbers will be to expand completely. But nonetheless, I do think this is, like I said, a puzzle and a very large, a piece of a puzzle and a very large picture, which I'm happy, like I said, to get out the door and working with. Now, the next question was...
Wait a minute. There will be some evaluation to say how many 911 calls with a co-responder request have come, and therefore, this is how many staff we need to be responsive at some juncture?
We are working with DBH and our radio, yes. We are trying to figure out, like I said, with the mental health script call that the commissioner mentioned when she opened, we are trying to identify those calls and be able to put them into, basically, put it in a nutshell, put it into buckets. I mean, which call goes to the CIT officer, which goes to the co-responder, and which one can be offloaded completely. We're looking to really clarify and drill down on that, and that's the process of what we're doing now as well. So, I mean, we're doing a lot of work at one time, but yes, the goal here is to expand that program, but also, like I said, not in tandem, or I'm sorry, not in a silo. We need to make sure they're also correspondingly expanding the DBH aspect, and they're as committed as we are to be able to, for us to be able to hand things off to them. so they can actually have a non-police response to a number of these calls that really don't need a police officer at all. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Wasn't there another part of it? No.
The taser. You wanted to know when things would escalate to use of a taser?
Yes.
I think it's important to note that we recognize that the taser it's not equivalent to hitting someone with an asp or pepper spray. It could be a little more serious. So on our use of force continuum, it is at a higher level. So we actually, like I said, the officers have to go through a litany. Now this can happen in a split second, we all know, but the officers go through that force continuum prior to the deployment of a taser. But we put it a higher on the list. Like I said, it's right under deadly force. So we understand the tasers are a little more dangerous, they can be, than a baton strike or a pepper spray to the face. But sometimes it's necessary to overcome the threat or the aggression that's being confronted. So it actually depends on the force continuum that the officer's approaching. If the individual, acquiesces and says and gives up, obviously we back down as well. I do know, and it's a good thing and a bad thing with the taser. The tasers have a laser dot on them. They're an aiming mechanism. Oftentimes, many people they see that mechanism and they will immediately stop whatever behavior they're doing. So there's a lot of benefit just having it present rather than oftentimes not even having to deploy it to de-escalate some situations.
In real time, in the real world, those decisions are difficult to make under stress. We were giving out vaccinations in the community, and a gentleman who was obviously having issues, the gentleman might have been 6'3", 6'4", maybe 250, and one of my staffers was confronted, and I don't know if I was within the ability to grab a taser, what I would have done. So that training component is essential. And we appreciate the real world of stress that you guys and your officers will be under making those kinds of critical decisions, and we're grateful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Brooks.
Thank you so much, Council President. My first question is, what are the terms of the former purchasing agreement with Axon? I would like an explanation of how the terms of this new contract differ from the formerly existing contract to ensure that every officer will be outfitted with a taser under the timeline that will be presented.
Councilwoman, my understanding is we've always had money allocated for 1-year purchases, which was about $900,000, which would allow us to add a number of tasers each year. But some of them went to new officers, and frankly, some of them had to replace older aging tasers as well. So what this contract is looking to do, because the tasers that we currently have are almost end of life, is to replace them as well as issue tasers to every officer who is in operations. Similar to like buying a car, that you would get the tasers all up front so we could distribute them immediately to all of our officers and pay for them over 5 years. We've never had that ability before, so we had just short of $1 million each year in our budget for not just tasers, but the batteries that go with it, the holsters. There's a lot of things. It's not just the taser itself that has to be purchased, but the terms this time with council's approval would be to have an extended contract, but getting all of the tasers and the equipment right up front in the first year and getting them out and then paying for them over that 5-year cycle.
Okay, so just for clarity, we'll be replacing all the older taser equipment.
Yes, we'll be replacing the ones that are on the street and plus giving tasers to everybody in operations who does not have one.
Okay. Do we have a timeline for when every officer will be outfitted with these tasers?
My best guess, it would take about 3 months to get everybody trained that doesn't have one and transition to the new one once the approval's there. The folks from TASER have already worked with our folks in firearms training in the training bureau to get them up to speed to the changes and anything that would be necessary for them to be able to teach. But we would then be moving our folks through quickly to get them certified to carry TASERs. And most of them already have the certification to just be half would be switching weapons. The other half would have the TASER training itself.
And my next question is, how long is the use of this particular equipment and upgrades before we would have to make new purchases? And if it's not that long, why didn't we go towards a lease agreement instead of a full purchase?
I don't know how long it'll be that the next alliteration comes out. It doesn't mean you have to get it each time it comes out, but we've been, I think since 2007, we've had tasers. So we have we've pulled all the real old ones off because they used to come black looking like a gun. So we took them away and moved to the next generation. But I don't know how long. It could be 5 years. It could be 10 years. It could, I don't know when that next thing will come out or whether that next one would work with us. This new one has a lot of additional features. In fact, it works with our body worn cameras. There's a lot more that can be done with the new one. But normally my experience with Axon, with both body worn cameras and tasers, is they normally give you a very good exchange. In fact, they'll be giving us an exchange on the end of life ones that was built into the price so that it would be at a lower price too. So it's not like you have a total loss. If in 7 years you change it, you still may get half of the value back for it when you do that rotation.
Okay, because I was asking because I just wanted to make sure we're not being looped into something like an Apple contract. Like every 6 months, Apple comes up with a new line. And
yeah, I personally suffer from that problem, but not. I mean, personally, that's what happens to us. You're 100% right with a place like Apple, but I don't believe, we've been dealing with Axon for over 30 years, and I've never found them to be, a company. I mean, they give us a fair exchange and try to work with us.
So what, just for clarity, so do we get half of the value back from the old tasers that we're turning in? Or how much value did we get back?
I'm not sure what the number was because some of them are very old, like they're not all 7 years old, some of them are 10 years old, 12 years old, 13 years old. So they value that in and they come up with a number that, I believe they took a couple $1 million off what it would have been for the half of the tasers that we currently have for our folks. But I could get the exact number of what they took off from their folks, but they do give you like a trade-in value.
Okay, can you share what that discount looks like within that contract? Over the period of time with the council president, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We have any other members that questions or comments for this witness?
Mr. Council President. Oh, hi.
Sorry.
Sorry, Council President, this is Bobby Heenan.
Councilman Heenan. Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, thank you for your testimony. And I love some of my colleagues' questions regarding the CIT training, and I think that's really going to transform a lot of our policing policies in the city and in a much more safer way. So thank you for that, and I hope it gets shepherded through, to a full implementation in the department. But since Walter Wallace, there's been a lot of conversations and there's been press conferences regarding, de-escalation and tasers. And, it's not for me as an elected official how to, tell the department how to train. But, some of the questions that council presidents raise, are just because we don't know, right? We're, our communities are asking us, so we're asking the professionals. Implicit bias training, I think, is extremely important. I think it's vital. My office had implicit bias training 3 years ago, as well as diversity training 4 years ago. When it comes to like the use or the the electrical impulse of being tased. I'm an electrician by trade, and I know that it takes 0.5 milliamps can cause some damage to somebody, which is hardly anything, and that is in your every electrical appliance and plug that we have that we take for granted. So I think some of the things that you're training pre-draw of the de-escalation tool of a taser is extremely important. I heartily support it. One of the questions I have, and I'd like you to talk about, is the certification and training in the contract that we have. So the manufacturer, as well as your trainers, will train all our officers and have them certified on the use of this de-escalation tool. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilman. They'll train the trainers. The experts from Axon come to the range. They train all of our firearms instructors and taser instructors, and then they will train every member of the department that would be carrying a taser prior to us authorizing them to go out and use it.
Right, and I notice it has yearly training as well, or is in
yes.
Its too?
They're qualified. They're mandated to qualify every year with their firearm and their taser.
And it's a fully fit out for the operations of our department that are on the street and civilians. Is that correct?
No civilians, just sworn officers.
Sworn officers. Okay, I apologize. Well, I full-heartedly support this. There'll be some conversations and controversy over funding of the police and not funding the police. Whatever it takes is what I support. And, if we want to change, all right, the way the department wants to, and keeping our officers safe and our community safe and having those de-escalation opportunities, all right, and options, it's going to cost resources. And a lot of it I know is in the training and the upfront purchase of equipment and materials that's going to, have longevity. Or, just point of for record, our AEDs that we have all over our city department also have life shelves, also has new equipment or technology, also has user-friendly options, also has Bluetooth integrated systems, and also needs to be replaced, on a more regular basis than what you're proposing here today. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for having this public conversation. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you so much. Commissioner, I actually am withdrawing my earlier question about the likelihood that someone would mistake the taser for the gun. You should have shown me that taser like from day one. There's no way that anybody should be mistaking that device for a Glock. What do you guys use? Glock 9s or Glock 40s, whatever. So it's clear that it's a very different type of configuration. The only thing that's similar is probably the trigger. Thank you. Any other questions by members of the committee or comments?
Council President, can I circle back with some data that we were able to get?
Sure. Thank you.
So this is just regarding taser deployment. The other deliverables we'll have to circle back, hopefully before that day is out. But for 2019, the number of taser deployments that we had, meaning that the times that the taser was used, the number of incidences were 338. That's 2019. In 2020, it's 271. So the number went down. And then so far year to date in 2021, that number is 109.
Okay. Were there any, I guess I don't know if you had that information about any potential serious injuries to those individuals. Is that information you have available yet? Or you have to?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
We're working on that. We did not have any fatalities in that time period, but we're working on if there was any significant injuries.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for your quick response. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner, Deputy, and the team. You can disconnect. Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no additional questions. We're going to take a brief break for around 10 minutes to allow our technology professionals to connect with our public testifiers. So we'll take a 10-minute break.
Hey, Mr. Chair, council members and participants, we are now live.
Thank you all. We will now resume the public hearing and begin taking testimony from the public on the bills before this committee. Before proceeding, however, I will lay a few ground rules on how we will proceed with the public testimony this afternoon. Council President Clark will be back shortly. We are here today to hear from you about the city's proposed operating and capital budgets and proposed tax revenue measures. Due to COVID-19 emergency, we have implemented special procedures with respect to public comment, which are advertised, posted on council's website, and set out in press releases. Speakers interested in giving testimony were asked to call or email us by 3 p.m. yesterday so that we could take the technical steps necessary to provide an opportunity for public comment in a virtual environment. We also encourage everyone who is asked to testify to submit written testimony to budgethearings@phila.gov to ensure that their voice is part of the permanent public record and testimony submitted that will be added, to ensure that there is an opportunity for all of you to be heard. Certain ground rules have been established and follows. Your testimony should be about the bills being considered for this committee. Once your name is called, you will then have up to 2 minutes to speak. In order to be fair to all those wishing to speak, they intend to hold faithfully to the 2-minute limit, especially today since there's over 100 people looking to testify. Once you are asked to begin your testimony, a timer will be started. When there are 30 seconds remaining, your time will then be reminded of how much time you have left. Once your allotted time has passed, you will be asked to conclude your remarks. I will ask Mr. McDermott to please read the name of the first speaker.
Our first speaker is Daniel Troopman.
Just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Truman. Hi, my name is Daniel Truman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, state your. That's it. Just
Wonderful.
proceed with your testimony.
My name is Daniel Truman, and I'm a resident of Philadelphia and a member of Fisk Square. At a time when Philadelphia is facing unprecedented challenges, the city should not send $130 million to parking lot tycoons and suburban motorists. Council members, in only a few days, more than 500 residents have signed a petition urging you to reject prioritizing tax breaks for real estate magnates over the needs of ordinary Philadelphians. Bill 210442 would send a check straight into the pockets of private parking garage owners and subsidize suburban car owners. Meanwhile, those transit riders, pedestrians, and cyclists get nothing. Furthermore, maintaining a parking tax at the current rate would immediately allow this council to increase funding for the many priorities currently underfunded. We must move beyond the idea that the way to secure well-paying jobs is to cut the taxes of dangerous and environmentally destructive industries. That's a strategy befitting a 19th century coal mining town, not the dynamic and innovative Philadelphia of 2021. Reducing the parking tax would hinder achieving many of the goals of this council. A city that professes to care about addressing climate change and supporting new green and clean economy does not prioritize making parking cheaper. A city that cares about addressing poor air quality and accompanying health problems does not encourage driving. A city that is striving to achieve vision zero, so that no family has to grieve the loss of a loved one in an automobile crash, does not double down on favoring driving over transit. It's easy enough to claim to support progressive goals in the abstract, but rejecting this parking tax cut is how you prove it. Let's remember there is little reason to believe any of the benefits of reducing the parking tax would be passed along to the workers. Instead, almost all the savings would be captured by the drivers, parking lot and garage companies, and property owners. Strong worker protection for all Philadelphians is the solution, not tax breaks for business owners. I recommend that you find better uses for this money. Instead of giving away money to an industry that pollutes, congests, and endangers our city, we should be advancing our region's equity by easing the green mobility of our most vulnerable residents. Let's support locally owned Black and brown small businesses. Let's fully fund our local services. Let's tell campaign donors they can't buy Philadelphia city government. Please vote against Bill 210442, and please maintain the current parking tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Much appreciated. Mr. McDermott?
The next person to testify is Susanna Berger.
Susanna, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony. Can you hear us?
As a member. Did you hear me?
Go ahead, Susanna. Yeah, just state your name again
Okay.
and then proceed.
Sure. Hi, my name is Susanna Berger, and I am a member and speaking on behalf of Fifth Square. At a time when Philadelphia is facing unprecedented challenges, the city should not be spending $130 million to parking lot tycoons and suburban motorists. I urge you to vote no to Bill 210442. Slashing the parking tax will discourage commuters from riding SEPTA. Encouraging more driving will undermine the city's climate change goals and worsen local air quality. After a massive jump in traffic deaths in 2020, the last thing the city should be doing is encouraging more driving, especially in Center City with so many strong transit options available. The city has more pressing budgeting needs than sending tax breaks to parking garage magnets. There is no binding guarantee that worker wages and benefits will improve if the tax is reduced, because this tax cut will go directly in the pockets of real estate magnates and not attendants. And Philadelphia should prioritize supporting mobility for low-income residents and supporting small Black and brown-owned businesses, not cutting checks to out-of-town corporations. I recommend that you find better uses for this money, and instead of giving away money to an industry that pollutes, congests, and endangers our city, we should be advancing our region's equity by easing the green mobility of our most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. McDermott, the next testifier.
The next person to testify is Mitch Channon.
Hey, Mitch, if you could hear us, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Oh, my name is Mitch Channon. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mitch. Yes, you're fine. Go ahead. Proceed with your testimony.
Great. Okay, thanks. I'm a nearly lifelong resident of Northeast Philly in Bustleton section, and I'm testifying about the budget overall, Bill 210322. You've heard a lot of compelling testimonies over the past several weeks, and I know there's going to be dozens more today. Struggle to figure out what I can add, but I think what I want to say is that, in my view, City Council really has two options. One is a transformative budget that goes as far as possible to fund essential services and public investment, or a budget that goes partway to fund services and public investment that we desperately need, while also squandering hundreds of millions of dollars on tax cuts for the wealthy. There's a commonly held view, sort of a conventional wisdom, that the wisest course of action kind of strikes a middle path between two extremes. But I think that view is wrong. In this case, I think some council members may believe that, this budget should strike a middle path. We can partly restore or increase funding to some programs and services that residents are desperately advocating. But we can also cut taxes for big businesses and wealthy parking lot owners with the hopes that some of those benefits will trickle down eventually to residents and workers. But that is not what Philadelphia needs. As President Biden said in his address to Congress this spring, quote unquote, trickle-down economics has never worked. Taking steps forward and backward at the same time will just mean that we're not moving very much. Council needs to fully fund programs and services that address the emergencies that we face, especially violence prevention, eviction prevention, right to counsel, and labor law enforcement. These programs keep people alive, alleviate suffering, and have broad economic benefits. We need to fully restore funding for public institutions like our parks, rec centers, and libraries, and the cultural fund so they can fully serve the public. And I want to add one thing that hasn't received a lot of attention. I can do this in about 30 seconds. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please
come to a conclusion.
Philadelphia Energy Authority, investments in the Philadelphia Energy Authority create renewable energy and living wage jobs while reducing pollution in the city, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and protecting livable climate, and moving us towards a healthy and thriving and sustainable economy. It has really broad economic benefits. And I think the Philadelphia Energy Authority should receive the full funding that they've requested. The proposed tax cuts will intensify the inequalities that are destroying people's lives and starve the city of public investment that we need. So please pass a transformative budget that moves us forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And people who are going to testify in the future, please try to keep it to 2 minutes, just to be fair to everybody so they get the chance to have their voices heard. Mr. McDermott, please read the next person testifying.
The next person to testify is Catherine Scott.
Kathy?
Good afternoon, Councilman Squilla and other council members. My name is Catherine Scott, President of AFSCME District Council 47. Now is the time for Philadelphia to take bold action to address the many problems facing the city, and the $1.4 billion in funding from the federal government provides us with an opportunity to provide much-needed resources to tackle those problems. Our libraries, parks, and recreation programs and the Cultural Fund provide desperately needed opportunities for residents, especially youth, to reach their full potential and live fulfilling and productive lives. In order to achieve this, we need to restore at least the funding levels of those departments prior to the 2009 cuts. We need at least $100 million to address the gun violence devastating our neighborhoods. The city should not authorize tax cuts to suburban commuters, parking lot owners, and large corporations. They should pay their fair share in helping Philadelphia recover from the pandemic. We need targeted support for our workers and businesses, especially in Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. We need to focus on the vision of what we want Philadelphia to be and allocate money to achieve that vision. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Kathy, for your testimony. Much appreciated. Mr. McDermott, please read the next person to testify.
The next person to testify is Ken Hurd.
Ken, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
My name is Ken Hurd. Can you hear me there?
Yes, we hear you fine.
I'm treasurer for the Philadelphia Chapter National Writers Union here. I'm representative for and delegate of the Philadelphia Move the Money to Human Needs campaign. I support exactly what everyone else has said so far. We definitely are in a position of having a problem here in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is $290 million that it has gone through. It spends $29 million a day. We are not going to have the ability to have ourselves operating if we don't have a real city council to pass a budget that won't move things to have our funding cut for city services. We basically here are supporting the eviction supports that would be coming out. We do not support cuts in city services nor layoffs. We would ask you, if possible, to look at the 1033 program to start with and cut it from the police budget. And that should give us enough money that we would be able to at least look at what we could do for 1 day to 2 days worth of spending for city government at $29 million a day. I thank City Council Head, and I thank all of the rest of you on City Council for listening to us about this. We'll be sending in a resolution, and we'll be sending in written testimony. Over and out.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Much appreciated. Mr. McDermott, next testifier.
Our next testifier is Marta Gutenberg.
Marta, just state your name for the record, and then you can proceed with your testimony. Marta, go ahead. You're breaking up, Marta. You want to try start over? Was she muted? Marta, we might have to come back to you. Oh, wait, there you go. Are you there? Marta, can you hear us? Mr. McDermott, do you want to go to the next testifier, and then we'll come back to Marta once she clears up?
Yes, the next name on our list is Ronald Drummond.
Ronald, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
My name is Ronald Drummond. I'm a trustee at Mount Moriah Temple Baptist Church, 410 Wharton Street. I'm also an elder in the community and the president of a nonprofit called JRW Vision. My thing is, if we could get more funding for our playground and different community services. I see we're building a lot of houses and the neighborhood looks pretty, but there's no more community stores. There's no more barbershops. There's nothing for the kids. There's no mentors. We're trying to start programs and basically through our playground and the church where we could get these kids when they're young. Teach them how to tie a necktie so people won't tease them. Teach them that they can make a living without carrying a gun or selling drugs. We're elders in the community and they look up to us. But we need help from the city to do these things. And like I said, a lot of programs started at our playground, Saks Playground on 4th and Washington Avenue. There's no more structured programs for the kids. There's no more structured sports. It seems like all you want to do is build houses and sell houses. But there's also still kids in that community. And when you don't pay attention to these kids and you don't try to do things with them when they're young, that's when they start picking up the guns. That's when you start having problems in the neighborhood. I know time and hope that we can get together and resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald, for your testimony. Much appreciated. Mr. McDermott, next testifier.
Is Marta Gutenberg connected? If not, the next name on our list is Reverend Gregory Holston.
Reverend, if you want to state your name and then proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Reverend Gregory Holston. I'm a pastor and elder in the United Methodist Church, and I'm speaking in that way today. I'm coming to speak particularly about the $100 million proposal by many council people for gun violence prevention. We now know that gun violence is a national problem, a chronic problem, a racial justice problem, a public health problem, and an emergency in our city. 499 murders last year, 2,300 shootings last year, and we're on record pace for this year. And we know that over the last 5 years, we have increased the police budget from about $120 million, and that has not made us any safer. We need to try new ways. We need to try new investments. That proposal is an historic proposal to make real change in how we think about handling gun violence by infusing $100 million mainly in community-based organizations to transform and to change our community. People who are the most affected are always best to come up with the solutions. People who are closest to the pain are always the people who are best to come up with the solutions. People like my parishioner, Shante Love Mason, the head of Every Murder is Real, who spends many nights on blocks of people who have suffered gun violence, blood in the streets, and still working to make change in our community. People like Dr. Dorothy Johnson-Sprague of Mothers in Charge, who continue to do and make investments in our community. There are many Dr. Dorothys, there are many Shantays in our community who are not getting the investment they need. We must today make that major investment of $100 million because it's the right thing to do. It's the righteous thing to do. It's the thing that's going to save our children. Tax breaks do not save our children. Trickle-down economics never worked and cannot save our children. We must make real change. Let's get behind the $100 million proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Reverend. Much appreciated. Mr. McDermott, next person to testify.
Mr. Chair, I received a note from tech support that Marta Gutenberg is now available.
Okay, Marta, just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Thank you. My name is Marta Gutenberg. I am
testifying about the budget in general. I'm testifying because everyone wants value for money when we spend our hard-earned money taken as our taxes for services. And a budget should provide value for money, and it should not keep any costs hidden. That is why I am asking the city, as it adjusts its budget, to realize how little value we get from our Philadelphia Police Department. We have the highest per capita police of most of the major cities in the United States, and we have some of the worst statistics. That would tell anyone who believes in logic that increasing policing has not helped any of our situations. We also have a lot of hidden costs that don't appear in the budget related to the police. The multi-million-dollar lawsuits, payouts, and judgments that the city has to fork over on behalf of the police. There was a 2019 ruling that said that those payouts should be made public. I've struggled to find them, but I do know that every judgment costs between $1 and $5 million. That's a lot of money. Fund the Civilian Police Oversight Commission, not the police department. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Greatly appreciated. Mr. McDermott, please read the next person to testify.
The next person to testify is Maxine Collier.
Maxine, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony. Go ahead, Maxine. Maxine, are you available? Mr. McDermott?
I don't think Reverend Wright is on yet.
The next name on the list with the same number is Robert Collier.
Robert, are you available?
If Robert or Maxine Collier are not available, the next name is Shantae Love.
Okay, Shantae, would you like to state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony?
Yes. My name is Shantae Love, founder and director of Emir Healing Center, located in Philadelphia. Emir Healing Center has been a community-based organization serving families, neighborhoods, schools.
Mr. McDermott, I don't know if we lost Shantae. Shantae? Tech support, if we could try to get her back on, we'll go to the next testifier and then bring her back.
The next testifier is Gwendolyn Toller.
Hey, Gwen, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony. Gwen, can you hear us? Modesto, are these folks on the line?
Yes, they are, Councilman. We're not getting a response. They could have a technical issue.
Okay, maybe, Bob, if we could keep a list and then maybe come back to these folks when we get them connected. I guess we'll go to the next testifier.
Yep, I'm keeping a list of the testifiers who are unable to be connected. The next name on our list is Movita Johnson Harrell.
Movita, state your name and then proceed.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. There may be a technical difficulty or some type of glitch because one of the participants just texted me and said that they were cut off. So just may want to double check. If two people aren't able to connect, there may be something wrong on our side.
Yeah, I think
my
Modesto said
observation.
Modesto said that they were having some technical difficulty. They're going to try to call those individuals back. Maybe we'll wait to Modesto to see if the next available testifier is online.
The next person that I have on the list is Kelsey Romano.
Kelsey?
Oh, I'm getting a note that we should hold for just a moment.
Okay. All right, let's take a 2-minute break here and see if we could get those testifiers back on. Bob, when you think we're ready, just let us know, and then we'll start from there.
Sure thing, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling Philadelphia City Council. A beeping noise will indicate when you are on with the host.
Rob, this is Lonnie. Both Maxine and Reverend Collier.
Mr. Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the hearing. Mr. McDermott, please read the next person to testify.
The next person to testify is Matthew Cross.
Matthew, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, Matthew.
Excellent. My name is Matthew Cross. I'm speaking today on Resolution 210322 and 200655. I am a homeowner and parent in Philadelphia. I am proud to be a Philadelphian, and what makes me proud is the people of our city and the resilience of our people in spite of the institutions that have historically stood in our way. What doesn't make me proud is that we have before us a budget that doesn't reflect a safer, saner, and greener future for all of our families. If this global pandemic has revealed anything, it has shown us where we have been failing for far too long. Therefore, I say to you all that we must invest in mental health crisis responders to actually help de-escalate and save lives. For we do not need any more additional money for the Philadelphia Police Department. We also need to invest in a green future for our city, not retrograde parking lot tax cuts, but rather investments in public transit and pedestrian and cyclist infrastructure. It is no surprise that the pandemic has revealed also the problems and inadequacies of housing in Philadelphia. Most of the people affected by eviction right now in our city are women and their children. Therefore, we must stop paying lip service to them and invest in the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project and the right to counsel. Lastly, we should follow Helen Gim's leadership for youth-powered anti-violence agendas and give at least the bare minimum of the $50 million she is asking for our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Much appreciated. Mr. McDermott, next person to testify.
The next person to testify is Shantae Love.
Hello.
Shantae.
Hello, this is Shantae.
Just state your name, Shantae.
Shantae
We hear
Love.
you well, Shantae.
Thank you very much. Can I begin, Councilman?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Shantae Love from Emir Healing Center, founder and director, and I'm coming to support $100 million investment into community-based organizations doing violent work against violence. Emir Healing Center have been here in the city serving citizens for more than 20 years, advocating, educating, and supporting not only communities, but families, neighborhoods, schools, prison systems, Department of Behavioral Health systems, all the systems, the police system, the district attorney system, all the systems connected to citizens in the Philadelphia area. We are a trauma-informed and holistic approach. But let me tell you what has happened. With this pandemic and the lack of support have grown tremendously, not only in violence, but people asking for help. And that from January 1st to June 7th, as of yesterday, we have served 459 family victims, survivors around homicide, have offered 1,157 acts of advocacy, 394 support groups. We have sheltered 219 nights for emergency shelters, those who are escaping the violence or who also have been impacted so tremendously. We have relocated 116 assistants. We have 9 therapists and counselors, 6 victim service coordinators, 2 wellness coordinators, 1 housing relocation coordinator. And guess what? Let me say this. And we have 0 financial support from the city. We have been fortunate to be given a target grant that will allow us to do 1 week's worth of work for young people. But it is detrimental to our communities. It is time. We have community groups. We have been leaders on the ground, have been not only the pulse or the voice, but we have supported, sustained, relifted, lifted, revitalized our communities and tried to keep the thread of the families that have been ripped to pieces behind the collateral damage of this murder. It is now time that we have the same type of support that you give big agencies that don't look like us. It is now time that you make that change. This paradigm shift not only is healthy for everybody, because it allows community groups and community people to not only empower their neighborhoods, but it empowers everyone in this city. The whole world is watching and the whole world is asking, why is it that we cannot get support to do the work we do? Why is it that community groups are not represented and not supported? And you
Thank
need
you
to ask
for your
yourself that as
testimony.
well. What I am saying is that a support of $100 million for people like myself, and that I am not the only one. There is many of Shantae's. I can name few. There's Kim from Guiding Stars. There's Call for Culture Change. There's Stanley from
Please come to a
Black
conclusion.
Male Community Alliance. There is Joe for Men of Care Who Germantown. That's just a handful of my partners. It is important, and it is not only life-saving, and it's life-sustaining that $100 million be dedicated to this type of work, because we know it works, and we know that it's important. And then we have put our sweat, blood, and tears and our life babies on the line. And then we are asking that you do the same, that the partnership becomes that of not only equity resources, is that we have equity in each other. It is not a black or white thing. It's a humane thing. And to be humane is to do the right thing. This is not about parking lots. This is about stopping the blood that is running through our streets. It's about stopping the neighborhoods to look like grave sites. It is about stopping changing the whole component of our neighborhoods looking like a war zone. We're talking about taking our neighborhoods and our city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, exactly that. And it is no option to do the right thing. 459 survivors we've serviced. Zero support.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
459 from January to June 7th, a 42.55% increase. And we cannot close our doors. We cannot. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see Council President Clark is also back, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you for filling in for me briefly. Appreciate it. Next person to testify.
The next person to testify is Gwendolyn Toller.
Good morning. I'll state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please. Ms. Toller, are you connected?
Hello,
Toller?
are you guys there? Hello.
We're looking for. Bob, did you say Gwen Toller?
Yes, Gwendolyn Toller.
I'm right here.
Okay, good. Good morning.
Hello.
Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Gwendolyn Toller, and I'm in the Hawthorne section of the city. I'm a gun violence solicitator on the 2nd Ward. We are here for the same good fight. That's funding for our communities. Without it, our children and grandchildren has no chance of survival. They're being gunned down by cowards, black-hearted people, criminals, those who kill off all kinds of types of quality of life with our children without no remorse. Age, creed, color, religion, are we our brothers, people, and people? Why does we have to suffer in our communities and fight for so many bills to be passed for programming in our recs? Our schools are closed down, half of them, and they won't take the time to fix up those that have the asbestos in it to put our black and brown children back in them to get educated. Why must we suffer? I done watched my good friend, Miss Luger, get gunned down on her job. To watch that, and y'all can't catch criminals, but you want to fight us tooth and nail for about money that we need, funding for our recs, schools, libraries, all these things I had as a child. Why we can't have them today? Why we can't get the funding today? We need a right now solution, and it needs to happen with the bill 210322, and those ones looking for parking spots and all of this and that, we congested enough. We are not New York. This is the city of Philadelphia. We don't need all that stuff. We need programming, jobs for these young teenagers and the young adult men too. Some of them might not be able to read, write, or spell. Don't you think somebody needs to come out and teach them how to do that? We need to teach them respect and morals in our communities. I have a whole wreck behind my house. Can't even get in it with my children and young black and brown children in my community. But we got school in there for lift zone children to have that. What common sense does we make today? Give us the money. Pass our bills. Pass our bills. Pass our bills. And thank y'all for listening.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate you.
The next person on our list is Movita Johnson Harrell.
Good morning. Just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, City Council. I'm former State Representative Movita Johnson Harrell. I'm the daughter, sister, cousin, and mother of homicide victims. My son Charles was murdered in 2011 in a case of mistaken identity here in Philadelphia. Since then, my family and I, through the Charles Foundation, have been on the front line of fighting to protect our young people on both sides of the gun. We fight for them on both sides of the gun because they are victims of racial and social injustice. When we deny our young people the basic things that they need to be successful, like education, food, housing, safety and security, love and belonging, we get a situation like we had today in Philadelphia with over 40% increase in gun violence. My son Dante stood beside me for the last 10 years advocating for life over death by speaking to the need for evidence and in trauma-informed community-based solutions for prevention and intervention for the crisis of gun violence. I would like to share Dante's testimony from the House of Representatives in July 2019. My name is Dante Johnson. I am co-founder of the Charles Foundation. I am Movita's second-born child, a 29-year-old black man born and raised in the city of Philadelphia. I'm a husband, I'm a father to a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old, and I am also an endangered species. I didn't meet my grandfather. He was shot and killed when my mother was 8 years old. My only uncle, Charles Johnson, was killed when I was only a year old. Where I grew up, gun violence was everywhere. All of my friends carried guns, and I cannot begin to count the number of boys that I personally knew that were shot and survived and that were killed. My brother and I didn't carry guns because we were more afraid of our mother than of the police. My brother Charles was named after my uncle, my mom's only brother. Charles Andre Johnson was my brother and best friend. We were 2 years apart and attached at the hip since he was born. My mother left Philly to protect me and my brother from the gun violence. On January 12th, I got the call that my brother was shot. He had just dropped me off at work. My mother called me to let me know that my brother did not survive surgery and my life was changed forever. I washed my brother's dead body for his janazah, and at the cemetery, I got down in the grave to lower his body into the earth to return him to God. I turned his face to the east to give him his last rites, and I put the dirt on top of his body. Losing Charles crippled my family. My sister that he went to pick up suffers with depression, medication resistance, high blood pressure, and kidney failure at 27 years old. The sad reality is we are not unique. We live in war zones. Our children are traumatized. I'm here to speak on behalf of $100 million for community-based gun violence prevention and intervention. On March 5th of this year, my son Dante was killed in a random drive-by. I'm demanding that City Council in this budget season invest $100 million into evidence-informed, trauma-informed, community-based gun violence prevention, intervention, solutions to address the social determinants that lead to gun violence. Nothing is more important at this point in Philadelphia than gun violence. Not tax breaks, not parking, nothing. Saving lives needs to be our priority. Anything less than $100 million for community-based solutions is an insult to Philadelphia. We need an unprecedented solution to an unprecedented problem. We need to address the racial injustice in Philadelphia that clearly shows that black and brown people dying is acceptable. And I'm going to finish with this. I did not become a state representative because I wanted to be a politician. I became a state representative because I wanted the blood to stop running through the streets of Philadelphia. I wanted to save my children and yours. You can do the right thing, City Council. My name is Movita Johnson Harrell, and I am Charles and Dante Johnson's mother. And despite my best efforts, I did not save them, but I will fight to save yours. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you. Next call.
The next person to testify is Kelsey Romano.
Good morning. Good afternoon. State your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Kelsey Romano. Thank you, members of City Council, for once again allowing me to speak on the city's budget proposal. My name is Kelsey Romano. I'm a member of RJOC, Philly DSA, Reclaim, and have taught in Philly schools for the past 11 years. I would like to share with you the voices of the people who are most impacted by our budget, our students. I asked students from my school's Race and Equity Committee to provide input and received 33 responses. When asked about what they think about violence in Philadelphia and what their experience has been, many students talked about their feelings of being afraid to step out of their own door and that violence has been commonplace in their lives. Students said, the violence in Philadelphia is very troubling and hard to manage. I lost my younger brother to gun violence, and it has been very hard for me to cope this past year. I lost a few people in the streets, but knowing Philly, the violence could be brought upon us by the people who are supposed to protect us. Police and citizens of Philadelphia need to stop using unnecessary violence for certain situations. When asked for solutions to this violence, their response generally centered around funding the community and youth programs. One student wrote, money needs to go to the community. To fix violence, we need to start with kids. We need more programs to put them in so they won't fall into the streets or the system. So we need programs for them to make the hoods better and the streets safer. When asked if funding the police should be part of a solution to solving violence in our city, one student wrote, in my opinion, giving money to the police to quote unquote solve violence won't do anything for the community. If that's the case, then they haven't been doing their job correctly from the beginning. Listen to the youth of Philly. We must fund at least $50 million for a youth-powered anti-violence agenda because those closest to the pain are those closest to the solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Francis Quinlan.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony. Good afternoon.
Francis Quinlan.
Are you connected? Is it Quinlan?
She should be on the line.
Ms. Quinlan?
Hello?
Yes. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Thank you, City Council members and Council President. My name is Francis Quinlan. Like yours must be, my heart is breaking hearing the personal accounts of struggle and losses experienced by the callers who spoke before me. I'm a resident of Old Kensington, where construction continues to proceed at an astoundingly rapid pace. Indeed, right now, the sounds of apartment complexes that more than double the height of my and my neighbors' own row homes booms all around me. It would seem that developers are thriving right now. And while I am grateful to hear council members discussing the value of providing mental health services during one of the most stressful and dire times the city has experienced in decades, sorry, my heart is racing. I can't hear these concerns being reflected or represented in the sounds that surround me daily. What I do hear late on many nights are the desperate cries of human beings who I suspect are unhoused, wandering alone in the streets. And I'd like to also add that these are adults I'm speaking of. I can't personally fathom what this past year has inflicted emotionally and mentally upon its young residents. Our hearts and funding should be reaching out to them. I can certainly say it's hard enough being 35 and navigating this unsettled time. We are learning more and more the real and dangerous impacts of mental and emotional stress upon the body. I cannot imagine what it's like being 5, 11, 18 years old. We should be giving them our attention and resources instead of wealthy developers who I can hear right now cashing in all around me. Money should not be squandered on them, on their parking lots. It makes no sense to me. They have enough. It is clear that our city's priorities need to evolve. I wish to strongly urge that the parking lot magnate tax cuts instead be replaced with funding youth power anti-violence agendas and providing mental health resources in schools and providing rec centers and so many amazing programs that the callers before me have already mentioned. That's what we should be funding. It's the children who have suffered first. And our attention should be going to them. They need it urgently. And thank you again for giving me this opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next person to testify is Max Milkman.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
My name is Max Milkman. I reside in the Brewerytown section of Philadelphia. I serve as the lead organizer for Ceasefire PA, the gun violence prevention advocacy organization. A majority of city council members proposed an amendment to the city budget that includes $100 million for evidence-based solutions to address gun violence by funding intervention programs, provide trauma-informed care to those impacted by gun violence, safe spaces for young people and families, job training and opportunities, and funding for targeted community grants. I am here to voice my support for this historic proposal. There have been 886 shooting victims in Philadelphia so far in 2021, and Philadelphia City Council has the opportunity to make a significant investment in public safety for our neighborhoods by amending the budget to prevent gun violence and heal those impacted by it. We do not feel safe in our streets. Our children are afraid and deserve the chance to grow up. City Council cannot pass this budget without a strong investment of at least $100 million to make our communities safe by providing resources needed to address those at risk of committing gun violence and providing care to those needed to recover and survive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Philip McManus.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record, and please proceed with your testimony.
Hey, this is Philip McManus Harder. I'm a community organizer in West Philadelphia. I just want to say how ridiculous it is that even something like this, which is supposed to be a city council meeting, doesn't really proceed or work right. I mean, where is the funding for anything here? I was on 676 this past summer, and they had funding for MRAPs and tear gas, chemical weapons, biological warfare on their own people. But we don't have schools that function. I mean, how does that make any sense? How does that make any sense in any way? It just boggles the mind. And I think city council, I mean, everybody is telling them what they already know. In order to make a budget that works for society, you have to put money into the community. If you put money into tax cuts or cutting budgets into police, then the community degrades. It's that simple. And it's just a ticking time bomb here. I'm not trying to say anything they already know. Everybody's already said the crazy things that they've gone through because of the disinvestment in their communities. I'm trying to speak to the city councilman because last year, I'm sure we all in some way were upset about what happened last summer. But it's just a ticking time bomb. And y'all saw what happened to the Apple store. It's not going to be the Apple store next time. You know what I mean? They're going to be snatching y'all up. So I'm just trying to say to you guys, if you don't invest in housing, in schools, in jobs, in the community, and literally giving funds to the community, it's that simple. If you don't do that, there's going to be a complete breakdown in society. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Natasha Daniela de Lima McGlynn.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
The Anti-Violence Partnership of Philadelphia. AVP is a victim service agency that serves approximately 3,000 Philadelphians impacted by homicide and violence annually. For nearly 40 years, AVP has been on the front lines of addressing the full cycle of violence in the Philadelphia area by providing vital counseling, intervention, prevention, support, training, and psychoeducational services to children, youth, and adults impacted by homicide and violence. The premise of AVP's violence prevention model is that violence is a learned behavior and that alternatives to violence can also be learned, not through a single program or activity, but through a portfolio of interventions sustained over time that gradually erodes the problem behavior. While immediate intervention is necessary, long-term prevention is key. The traumatic impact of homicide survivorship and community violence and exposure to collective trauma and grief on a daily basis is a public health issue that impacts the immediate and long-term emotional, social, physical, and economic well-beings of individuals, families, and communities. We need solutions and commitments that address both the underlying determinants and factors of violence and the long-term needs to heal those impacted by it. We cannot afford Band-Aid solutions. While the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget may take a more holistic, racially equitable, and well-resourced approach to public safety, it has only allocated $34 million to anti-violence programs. That is simply not enough. The violence our city is experiencing requires an integrated, multidimensional approach that addresses the systemic structural issues that create conditions for gun violence to manifest. The budget needs to reflect that understanding. The council members' $100 million proposal demonstrates that understanding. Their budget proposal responds to the increasingly urgent need of Philadelphians to have intervention programs, trauma-informed care, safe spaces for young people and families, job training and opportunities, and targeted support to critical community-based boots-on-the-ground initiatives. Their budget proposal also addresses the deficiencies in the city's existing programs and services, the absences or inadequacies of which further marginalize those most affected by violence in Philadelphia, such as the current inhumane practice of burdening co-victims of homicide to clean the blood and remains of their loved ones without any support or financial assistance from the city. The council members' proposed funding sends a message loud and clear that the Philadelphia government cares about its people, and not just its people, but its most vulnerable people who have been historically neglected and harmed by Philadelphia's misguided policies, broken promises, and empty words. Now is the time for real action. ADP fervently supports this historic funding proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Kimberly Washington.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Washington, and I'm representing 2nd Ward, 13th Division. Also, I'm an activist and a member of Lawrence Theater Company. I'm here today to speak on Bill 21022. I'm here personally for my area in the city of Philadelphia, South Philly. We are in a great need of a recreation center or a resource center for our children and families. I'm 53 years old, and I've been around Saks all my life. We had one facelift at Saks Playground in the children area. They demoted the playground by tearing it down, making 2 courts. We are demanding that y'all use some of the money that is asked for today to help us regain communication with the constituents and the safety of the children. Our area is a high crime for gun violence, and our children is dropping rapidly. I'm asking council today to make a consideration and come to our neighborhood, the president, along with our councilman, Mark Squilla, and other leaders, to come and view our playground and view our area and see the great need that we're asking for from City Council. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
The next person to testify is Joel Wilson.
Am I still on the line?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You can disconnect. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you.
The next person to testify is Joel Wilson.
Good afternoon. Just state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Yes, hello. My name is Joel Wilson. I am the president of 100 Black Men of Philadelphia, which services over 250 youth, 7 different mentoring programs right here in the city of Philadelphia. Regrettably, we have had 4 youth shot at our Vaux Big Picture High School program, 3 of which have died. I'm here to speak on behalf of in support of the $100 million investment into anti-violence and mentoring programs here in the city. We were taught an incredible lesson by Eddie Murphy in Trading Places, which was filmed right here in Philadelphia, about life outcomes, which is less to do with your ability and character and more to do with the environment you were born into. It is not a mystery as to why well-resourced majority of youth in Lower Merion are doing far better than the majority of the under-resourced youth here in Philadelphia. I am the proud product of two successful, now defunct youth development programs in Philadelphia, one of which was AFNA, American Foundation for Negro Affairs, and the other, PRIME, Philadelphia Regional Introduction of Minorities to Engineering. Those programs were key in me receiving a computer science degree back in 1992, before STEM was even a thing. I'm asking all council members to be on the right side of Philadelphia history and vote to award $100 million to our local nonprofits who are on the front lines of the violence prevention movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person on our list is Betsy Tooch.
Good afternoon. I'll state the record and just proceed with your testimony.
This is Betsy Teutsch. Thank you, City Council, for listening. I am a resident of Mount Airy, and I am testifying in favor of funding mobile crisis units for responding to mental health crises. We all remember how terrible it was last summer when Walter Wallace Jr. was killed by the policeman who responded to his desperate family's call. Police are not the right responders for mental health crises. We need to have qualified, trained mobile crisis units. The co-responder model that is presently being promoted by the police, which is one police officer with one mental health worker, does not work. It's far more effective to keep the police out of it. Upset, agitated, mentally ill people are provoked just by the presence of police, and criminalizes behaviors. They often respond out of fear and panic, and then they wind up in the criminal justice system rather than in the mental health system where they belong. So the Treatment Not Trauma Coalition has been working hard at presenting City Council with effective and more economical, frankly. It's very expensive when a Philadelphia citizen is murdered and we wind up with a police settlement. So we need to fully fund mobile crisis teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person on our list is Moore Ali L.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record, and please proceed with your testimony.
Peace and blessings, Philadelphia. I am Moore Ali L, neighborhood organizer with Urban Creators, working primarily in North Philly. I'm originally from Southwest Philadelphia. When I was 4 years old, I witnessed my father shoot my mother. Fast forward to 15 years old, my mother started an 18-year addiction to the crack cocaine. So from personal experience to growing in knowledge of self and the systems that we live in and deal with, and the spirit that pervades all, I've had over 30 years career in community and youth development. And the primary lesson learned that I have to share is the best violence prevention and public safety program is a job. There are many people in the community working from the grassroots in our neighborhoods with limited resources to address the manifold challenges that we face, and through initiatives such as the Fairhill Heart Ramp Steering Committee for Neighborhood Investment in Alternatives to Policing, which is funded by the DOJ. Also, we have Urban Creators Internship Program, Why Not Peacemakers, which is youth neighborhood organizer training, a community youth leadership development initiative to advance racial equity, harm reduction, and overdose prevention in high-risk neighborhoods of North Philadelphia. These initiatives are funded by outside sources, whether it be the federal government or the Bloomberg philanthropies. We are requesting dedicated funding from relevant city budget line items, such as what has been proposed, so that while we're doing the work of educating, mentoring, and improving the quality of life in our neighborhoods, we won't have to deal with our energies being diverted to having to do fundraising and seeking grants that we might not get, and the few grants that the city has and contracts that reimburse for money that we don't have. So we need the funding up front, put directly in the hands of the people and the community-based organizations doing the work. And I thank you for recognizing the voice of the people on this matter.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is David Evans.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
My name is David Evans. I am representing the 3rd Congressional District, 3rd Senatorial District, 195th Legislative District. I want to say several things. One, I'm in support of a $100 million investment in our community, plus some. I want to also say that City Council has a very tough job. I'm a frequent listener to the meetings, and I don't envy the decisions you have to make. That said, I do think this is a layup in terms of responsibility to our communities. Overall, if you don't have people, then we don't have a need to tax parking lots and worry about taxing non-resident workers and funding tasers, which I all disagree with all of those things. I think the police budget is ballooned enough to support and funding new tasers. I also want to, for the record, say that I am in support of full transparency in terms of where our money goes, tax dollars, and I would like it uploaded to our to the City Council's website frequently, including property which is sold by the city, which is not uploaded frequently enough. Transparency is very important. It builds trust between community and elected officials. I want to say that if we have $30 million to invest in policing our schools, then we have more than $30 million to invest in mental health, fair housing, and job creations, and supporting our non-profits like Culture Change, NOMO, Young Chances, Philadelphia Reentry, Ceasefire PA. I would like City Council members to consider less City Council members. 17 seems like a lot to me. I'm not sure what the at-large's full responsibilities are, but I don't think we need 7 on top of the 10 different districts just to cut back on the budget. We could also cut back on the budget in terms of pensions, which is never talked about being reduced. When I hear these meetings, it is by far the most money spent in tax dollars, and I think it's out of control, and it needs to be brought back. I also would like City Council members to consider term limits and consider money for not only for therapists for shooting victims, but also money for therapy for police who are involved in shootings and violent crimes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony, sir.
The next person on our list is Nomi Toich.
Good afternoon. To state your name for the record, please proceed with your testimony. Good afternoon. Are you connected?
If Nomi is unavailable, the next name is Anton Moore.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. So, Mr. Moore, here you go. Yeah, just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Anton Moore, President and Founder of Unity in the Community, and I'm also a board member of Public Citizens for Children and Youth, PCCY. I see firsthand the toll that the gun violence has on our community. A lot of times you see the young men and young women that you see every day. You see them one day and they're gone tomorrow. As a member of PCCY, I would like to thank all the council members who are supporting, investing in this gun violence package, and also the office of ombudsperson funded in this budget. We believe that this is an essential element of the violence package. I would like to thank you guys for investing in this, but I also want you guys to see, and I think you guys already know, just the devastation of what you see in our community when it comes to gun violence. I know that we're dealing with, the COVID pandemic, but also we're dealing with the gun violence pandemic. Just last week, I was standing with a family who lost a son to gun violence. And not only were they dealing with that, but they couldn't bury their son. And I had to stand with them. We had to come up and find resources. So I'm asking on behalf of Unity in the Community and PCCY that we invest in communities, that we invest in grassroots organizations, invest and see, that this is a serious issue that we all must examine. But only way that we can actually deal with these issues is if we invest in our community. So I just, thank you guys for wanting to, put this budget, put the money in this budget, but we want to see this from the administration as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your work you do.
The next person to testify is Nick Zuela Rogers.
Good afternoon. This states your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Nick Zuela Rogers. I'm the Transportation Program Coordinator for Clean Air Council, and I'm testifying on behalf of 11 organizations today, respectfully asking you to oppose Bill number 210442, the tax break for Philadelphia parking garage owners. The proposed tax cut would give parking lot owners a $130 million tax break, with supporters of the legislation suggesting that this tax break could lead to reduced parking rates in Center City. Proposing to promote more vehicular driving in Philadelphia is bad health and environmental policy. It will increase congestion and the harmful air pollution that is responsible for so many asthma attacks and other respiratory ailments in Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Inquirer recently reported that Center City already has the highest levels of particulate matter air pollution in the city, and the biggest source of this pollution is cars and trucks. Moreover, a recent study by Penn Environment showed that air pollution levels in Philadelphia are already so high that it was unsafe to breathe 1 out of every 4 days. And while City Council often states their concern for addressing climate change, promoting more driving instead of alternate forms of transportation will inevitably lead to more global warming pollution and make it harder to tackle climate change. The city's elected officials cannot have it both ways. You can either work to help address the existential crisis of our lifetime or deliver a massive tax break to the city's politically connected special interests. At the same time, having a $130 million reduction in the municipal budget means not funding many of the critical priorities facing the city today. This would make it more difficult to fund the transit and safe streets infrastructure that Philadelphians are more likely to use, and the recovery of our parks, schools, and other programs that are critical for our neighborhoods. For these reasons, we urge you to vote against Bill number 210442, reject handouts to parking lot owners that will contribute to more air and climate pollution, and instead invest these much-needed funds in the programs that benefit Philadelphians and the recovery of our neighborhoods. Thank you for considering my testimony on behalf of the following: Clean Air Council, Penn Environment, Physicians for Social Responsibility, 350.org, the Bicycle Coalition of Greater Philadelphia, Conservation Voters of Pennsylvania, PennPerg, Fifth Square, East Coast Greenway Alliance, Feet First Philly, and the Sierra Club. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Leslie Stickler.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record, and please proceed with your testimony. Are you connected, Ms. Stickler?
If Leslie Stickler is unavailable, the next name is Sherry Cohen.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony. Ms. Cohen, are you connected?
He's not connected, Council President.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, the next name is Justin Ennis.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Hello, my name is Justin Ennis from After School Activities Partnerships, also known as ASAP. In a typical year, we help organize more than 300 enrichment programs in partnership with more than 200 schools, rec centers, and libraries throughout the city. And on behalf of the 5,000 youth we serve, I felt compelled to testify today to lend my support for the youth-powered anti-violence agenda that has come out of the Council's Committee on Children and Youth. Specifically, I'm here to implore you that summer, after school, and other out-of-school time programs need to be a central part of the city's budget strategy, as well as the use of federal relief dollars to address the current crises our children and families are facing. To address students' learning losses, we need to give them out-of-school time opportunities that speak to their interests, that can reignite their love for learning and reconnect them to their school communities. To support working families coming out of this crisis, we need to give them adequate options for after-school care so they don't have to decide between their job or their children. And to keep our children safe amidst an unprecedented spike in violence, we need to give them safe spaces to go when the school day ends. But to do this will require substantial new investments, both in funding and in how the city coordinates with community partners. We need to set a bigger table where organizations, city and school leadership, families and funders can come together to find a path forward together. The youth-powered anti-violence agenda reflects much of this thinking and in some areas does not go far enough. Extending rec center hours, absolutely. But for that to be an effective solution, there needs to be a real commitment of dollars to ensure those hours are granted to community organizations that have built trust in these communities over decades. And working with the Office of Children and Families, I've seen tremendous things can be done with the proper coordination. But the crises facing our children are greater than one department, and they are all of our responsibility. And unfortunately, the current level of investment out of school time programs interventions in terms of funding and coordination is by no means commensurate to the importance of the work or the scope of the need. And it means that we miss key opportunities to leverage the ability of hundreds of community organizations and millions of additional philanthropic dollars that can marshal an unprecedented response to these crises. We need to change that, and that is exactly the opportunity given to us by the American Rescue Plan. So I appreciate the city's budget to call for bold, proactive, and transparent action to use this once-in-a-generation opportunity to invest in the well-being of children and families in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person on our list is Reverend Jeanette Davis.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Reverend Jeanette Davis. I'm the founder and executive director of Divas Ministry Group nonprofit organization, also a member of the Committee of Black Clergy and Vicinity for Criminal Justice Reform and Gun Violence Prevention. Thank you for having me tell my testimony today. We implore you to invest $100 million in community-based grassroots organizations who have been funding their own organizations and who work continuously and diligently as boots on the ground in their communities. Anything less than $100 million will not meet the scope of the crisis we call to decrease or eradicate gun violence. Today I speak to you with my prophetic voice, and this is a clarion call. Today I speak truth to power. The truth is that God has given each council member his or her seat to advocate and serve God's people. With that seat comes power and accountability. You each have the power from God to create and transform lives, to change the trajectory of how resources and funding are allocated to our communities of color, provide substantial programming and other resources, and most importantly, save lives of our youth and the residents of Philadelphia. You have the power to begin to dismantle a racist systemic system that will transform the lives of our youth and future generations. The mayor has proposed $132 million to be allocated for streets and repairs, but has an issue with allocating $100 million for gun violence prevention and intervention to save human lives. What does that message convey to our youth? That's immoral and it's inhumane, and that's a humanity problem. Human life should always take precedence over streets and pavements. We need to invest in people and rebuilding communities. To whom much is given, much is required. And you council members have the power. Please choose wisely on how you utilize that power that God has given you. This is not about politics. It's about humanity and God's people and what's right and what's in the best interest of God's people. We have to seize this moment. Thank you for my testimony, and God bless you all.
God bless you also. Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Leslie Stickler, I hear, is back on the line.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record, and please proceed with your testimony.
Hello, my name is Leslie Stickler. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I see a budget as a moral document, and today I want to talk a little bit about my experience of defunding affordable housing in Philadelphia and de facto reallocating those resources to the police. From September 2017 until the program closed in May 2019, I was a supportive housing coach in a program for families who experienced chronic homelessness, where the head of household had a disability verified by a medical professional that prevented them from working full-time. In 2018, we learned that the city of Philadelphia no longer had funding to support our program. There was a decision to reallocate scarce funding from the long-term permanent supportive housing to a shorter-term rapid rehousing program that showed greater cost effectiveness. Now, anyone who knows about statistics knows that it's always cheaper to serve people who have fewer barriers. And apparently, there wasn't enough money to go around. So for the last 10 months of my time in that position, my job was to get families who experience chronic homelessness out of their homes. I often felt confused and panicked when doing this because there wasn't anywhere for them to go. Let me conclude by saying that in 2019, when our program closed, the Philadelphia police budget increased by $180 million. Increased by $180 million. 2% of that funding would have prevented over a dozen children from having to go back into the shelter system. Please choose to invest in people. And yeah, okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Khalif Mujahid Ali.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hello?
And proceed with your yes, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
My name is Khalif Mujahid Ali of the Beloved Care Project. I'm the founder. I support this $100 million for the nonviolence because I've been the victim. I mean, I haven't been the victim, but I have 3 women in my life that were murdered by gun violence. Not only have I had three women in my life, but when you sit and talk about trying not to give this money, the crime is increasing. But why should you wait till it hit home of some people important that can sign these papers, right, to sign for this money? Another thing, I've been free of mental health for 35 years. And during the times that I'm 58 years old, during the times when I was growing up, my mental health wasn't always clinical. My mental health was from dysfunction and trauma inside my life, inside my family, inside my neighborhood, or my community. A lot of times when you take this mental health money and you give it to these doctors or whoever else, they always want to medicate you. I've been free from mental health for, like I said, for 35 years. And this freedom that I had, I've been in all these hospitals, Belmont, Epi, and everything. And this freedom is because a lot of times when we do things on a clinical aspect and medication, you never have the therapy. What helped me is the therapy of family, the therapy of love and care, and also working on myself, and also not having there never was a doctor who's been through my experience. And I feel as though when you want to send this help with mental health, these children are suffering this mental health out here, and they're at a low rate, and this medicine is only making it worse. So therefore, just like if someone been experienced some type of trauma of rape, molestation, or mental health, they need somebody that's been through this and came through it to help them along with these doctors. Also, I think that a lot of the time they take the time and want to experiment, right? This gun violence has to stop. This gun violence, and a lot of things I think the people need to do is listen to the children, listen to these teenagers, because they have the answer to stop a lot of this crime. And that's what I have to say. And I thank you a lot for your time, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Benjamin Shee.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Shee. I'm a resident of Philadelphia Center City, Chinatown, and a member of Fifth Square Urbanist Group. I'm calling on City Council to vote against Bill 210442, which lowers the parking tax from 25% all the way down to 17%, which is a 32% tax break. As you've heard from other testifiers, this would essentially be a check straight into the pockets of private parking executives and a subsidy for out-of-town commuters driving into Center City. It directly hurts Philadelphia's transit riders, pedestrians, and cyclists who get, in comparison, a few million, if nothing, from the city's own budgets. The loss in tax revenue will also clearly harm Philadelphia's other public services and gun violence prevention programs that are clearly needed. At a time when Philadelphia is facing unprecedented challenges, we should not be spending $130 million over 5 years for parking lot operators. This would easily be enough to fund a low-income fare program and provide half-price transit for every Philadelphian with an access card. In addition, contrary to testimony heard last week at the Committee of the Whole, there is no binding guarantee whatsoever from the Good Parking Jobs Review Committee that any parking worker would see an immediate increase in their wages and benefits as a result of parking lot owners having received this tax break. There is no guarantee. There can never be any guarantee because that is not how the relationship between business and city works. This is clearly just a trickle-down strategy that goes nowhere. And we need to redefine and reprioritize this funding towards other major programs that the city clearly needs in its budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Bruce Ruffin.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Bruce Ruffin. I'm a Philadelphia resident. I'm an entrepreneur and a studio owner. And I just want to thank everyone for giving our testimony. It gave me a lot of motivation, but I want to get straight to the issue. The murder rate in Philadelphia is extremely high, and a lot of it's coming from our youth. And I record a lot of the youth. A lot of these guys aren't monsters. They aren't killers. They want to learn, but they don't have the resources to learn. So with me, I'm personally teaching a lot of these kids how to engineer, how to market themselves, because sometimes we can give them a playground, but let's also give them a skill. Let's give them a trait, because a lot of times we teaching people how to work for someone else, but that may not be everyone's personality. And that was me. So as far as we have a lot of issues in Philadelphia as far as the parkings, the gun violence, the murder rate, but we need to prioritize things. I feel like our lives are more important than parking spots and the other things, and we need to really focus on this because I'm born in the 90s. The murder rate been high my whole life, and it's been high most of our lives. What can we do to get results? This has been a conversation that we've been having for decades, and it seemed like we may get close to lowering our number to 200 and so murders, and then we go right up to 300, 400. I think last year we just peaked over 500. So my question is, what resources can we put out here to teach our youth how to be entrepreneurs and not to just, be workers for someone? Because a lot of these kids really want to learn, but they're going through trauma, seeing their friends killed, seeing, their friends' fathers killed. So a lot of times they may have a gun and they may not want a gun, but so many people got killed that it's like they rather look at time versus being killed. And that's a decision that a lot of us have to make, even myself, that I lost 3 cousins this year to murders. And every time I go outside, I'm real cautious about everything I do because it's like, I don't know if it's going to be someone my age that might try to kill me or someone that's younger than me. And that's the main reason I want to keep pushing where I'm pushing, that we need to teach our youth skills. We can give them resources to go to other places, but we need to teach them skills so they can get money on their own. And that's my main reason for calling. My name is Bruce Ruffin. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Kalel Edwards.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
My name is Khalil Edwards. I'm the Philadelphia organizer for Ceasefire PA. Also for addressing this gun violence crisis. I have lost a lot of family members and friends this year due to gun violence. Budget to include $100 million of evidence-based solutions. Our gun violence crisis by funding intervention programs, primary informed care impacted by gun violence, safe places for young people and families, job training and opportunities, and we need funding for community grants. I'm here to voice in support of this historic funding proposal. There have been over 886 shooting victims in Philadelphia so far in 2001. And City Council has the opportunity to make a significant investment to the public safety of our neighborhoods by amending the budget to prevent gun violence and heal those impacted by it by using trauma-informed care. We do not feel safe on our streets, and my children and your children are afraid and deserve the chance to grow up. City Council cannot pass a budget without a strong investment of at least $100 million to make our neighborhoods safer by providing resources needed to address those at risk of committing gun violence and those impacted by gun violence. Thank you again for all you do, and you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Tasha Long.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record, and please proceed with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Tasha Long, and first I'd like to thank City Council for allowing me to speak. I am a public health nurse and adjunct faculty at the University of Penn, and I'm a nurse for the School District of Philadelphia. And I am speaking in reference today to Bill number 210322. And I wanted to speak in particular to the need for the $100 million for the gun violence, which has devastated people of color in our communities, and towards the youth power anti-violence agenda. The reason I want to speak to these things is because the resources are basically a matter of life or death in our community. As a public health nurse and the wife of a Philadelphia police officer, I have seen the devastation firsthand. And together within our families, we have lost at least 7 black men, young men, to the gun violence, with 3 since December of 2019. And we both feel the effects from both sides, him being a police officer and having that tension as well. Now, we have 3 sons, and my greatest fear is that I myself may lose one of my sons to gun violence in this city. And as much as I do try to express my experiences with other people like I did when COVID ravaged both of our families during the beginning of the pandemic, I try to be empathetic and provide the support that they need. But community action is needed. The gun violence in our community is a contributing factor to the significant mental health challenges people experience. These families have been devastated. COVID is not the only thing keeping people from visiting their elderly parents and family members. It's the gun violence that's keeping them away. And in some cases, in particular, like the one where my nephew was shot on his own steps, family members won't even come to the house because the house has been shot up multiple times and they don't feel safe coming. And I think that's sad that you don't want to come to visit your elderly mother, not because of COVID, but because you fear that some type of violence is going to happen. Restoration in the Philadelphia Prevention Project is definitely needed, and the tax breaks for the parking lot people is definitely unwarranted. This is a city where the individuals are the backbone of the city of Philadelphia. And so with that being said, the parking lot owners have no investment in this city. The people that live in this city are invested in the city and in their communities. And I know that my time is up, but I just want to thank you for allowing me to testify today. And the city council members, you all are members of the community, and I trust that you will be good stewards over what you have been charged to do. You live here just like we live here. Your families live here, and it is my hope that you would take everyone's testimonies into consideration regarding these events that I just spoke to. So thank you so much. You all have a great day, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Heather Van Dusen.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Philadelphia. I am urging you to reject any tax cuts that are going to parking lot owners, large corporations, and the suburban commuters through the wage tax reductions. It is both asinine and immoral to consider such tax cuts when there is such urgent need within the city of Philadelphia. And so I urge you to reject any and all tax cuts that are going to anyone who is not a low-income resident of Philadelphia. I urge you to target instead support for workers and local and small businesses, especially in our Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. These are the communities that have been hit hardest both by gun violence and by COVID, and they are the entities who need our support. They are the city. I would also want to restore funding for our public services, including the parks and recreation centers, libraries, the land bank, and the cultural fund. I cannot begin to communicate to you how important libraries are to have a safe space and for the opportunity for at-will education and training. And I also urge you to restore the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project and implementing the right to counsel for families facing eviction. It is wrong for people to not have counsel when they are being forced from their house. So I would want to see those programs fully funded. And then I would also want to see the youth-powered anti-violence agenda that supports young people impacted by violence fully funded with at least $50 million, ideally out of at least $100 million to address the gun violence crisis that is taking the lives of our young people and devastating these families and communities. City Council, we have an historic opportunity to use the $1.4 billion in federal relief funds to invest in our city and neighborhoods. Please invest in the city and neighborhoods. Please invest in jobs, in training, and in justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Paige Jokey.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Paige Jokey, and I am a staff attorney at the Education Law Center, a statewide nonprofit legal advocacy organization dedicated to ensuring that all of Pennsylvania's students have access to a quality public education. My testimony today stems from ELC's decades of experience working with children and youth who have been impacted by the care and justice systems, particularly those in residential placements, as well as our publication, Unsafe and Uneducated. The need for youth on Bud's office could not be more clear. Philadelphia's children in residential facilities have experienced deep harm, threats to their safety and well-being, and have been deprived of their right of a quality education. Our state and local oversight has failed time and time again, and no one has listened to many young people until it is too late. Research findings in our 2018 report disclose that between May 2010 and May 2018, children in residential settings were harmed physically 156 times, exposed to inappropriate sexual contact 73 times, and verbally maltreated 43 times. In addition, there were 92 incidents of inappropriate restraints, 28 of which resulted in injuries to children. These statistics do not address the fact that virtually all Philadelphia youth in residential placements live at or below the poverty line, have experienced trauma, and 75% are Black. And we know that attempts at local oversight have failed despite decades of advocacy. Children in residential placements are deprived of quality educational services to which they are legally entitled and desperately need. Many children in residential placements attend inferior on-ground schools that largely exist in the shadows with little oversight by any state or local agency. These programs are subject to on-site cyclical monitoring only once every 6 years, and then only with regard to students with disabilities. They are not required to follow the same state curriculum requirements as academic standards as public schools. Children at on-ground schools receive an education that undermines their ability to graduate from high school. They are placed in the inappropriate grade, taught in multi-grade classrooms, sometimes by uncertified or improperly certified teachers, and they frequently receive below grade level coursework. On-ground schools often lack essential resources and staff required to effectively educate the children they purport to serve, and students with disabilities are more likely to be placed at residential facilities and harmed. A youth ombudsman will ensure that youth and families have the ability to raise issues relating to safety, education, and welfare. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Herbert Muhammad.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Herbert Muhammad. Good afternoon, City Council and city officials. I am a proud parent and active community member and also a part of the Master Charter School Parent Action Team at the Pickett campus. I had the pleasure of attending the press conference on June the 1st when the Youth Power Anti-Violence agenda was announced with a call to invest $100 million. I am here today to say amen. Yes, let's invest in our youth. And I'd like to, first of all, thank the chair of the Children and Youth Committee, city councilwoman Helen Gam, for her leadership and the entire council committee. Some may say, well, $100 million is just a drop in the ocean. Well, the ocean is comprised of drops. So I'm quite sure there are professionals out there that can manipulate the figures and designate them to different programs that can get a jump start on this terrible gun violence, this problem. As it goes along, then there will be people that would network, come along, invest, and it will grow. This is how it works. God said you make one step, and I'll take 2 steps toward you. So thank everyone. Thank the council, all those that are invested in our youth, because there's no civilized city in the country, or as far as for that, in the world, that would allow this type of gun violence to affect the future leaders. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Be safe.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Monica Hainsworth.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon. Just state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Monica Hainsworth.
Mm-hmm.
I am Monica Hainsworth. I'm the mother of a 16-year-old Jameer Hainsworth, who was a fatal victim of gun violence on June the 21st, 2014. Jameer was an innocent bystander sitting on steps of our neighbors. After completing a successful school year with honor, I allowed my son to go to the movies and hang out with friends, unaware that this would be my last night seeing my son alive. Sadly, 7 years later, my youngest son, a student at Simon Grass Master Charter School, who is now 16 years old, was also injured this year due to gun violence. My now 16-year-old child was playing basketball at an outdoor recreation center when an unknown gunman began shooting into the crowd. My son was shot. My son was shot in the back right shoulder, missing his head by inches. For 7 years, I suffered from PTSD, often struggled with hearing that knock on the door that changed my life so horribly. That one summer night, and to hear that same knock again years later is beyond traumatizing. Something really needs to be done to help stop gun violence in Philadelphia. As a homeowner, I no longer feel safe in the home I once considered a safe haven for my children, but even more so as a mother, I no longer feel safe allowing my children to venture out into the community that we reside in. We cannot stand idle by while our sons and daughters are shot and killed, while our families and community are devastated by gun violence. That's why I'm testifying today. I, along with all the moms like me who have lost our children to gun violence, and the entire Mastery Parent Action Team, are calling in City Council and Mayor City to put $100 million towards creating programs to fight against gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
The next person to testify is Shayna Kessler.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Shayna Kessler. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Shayna Kessler. I'm a senior planner with the Ver Institute of Justice. I'm here today regarding Bills 210, 320, 321, and 322. I urge you today to support a $300,000 investment in the Pennsylvania Immigrant Family Unity Project, or PIFA. This is a successful public-private partnership that provides lawyers for immigrants in detention. People facing detention and deportation do not have the right to an attorney if they cannot afford to hire one, and they must instead fight for their lives and the right to return home to their families against a trained government lawyer on their own. Having a lawyer, though, can bring hope of release from dangerous detention centers where COVID has run rampant and the possibility of a safe return home. PIFA, because of Philadelphia's investment, has brought that hope to many people. Of the nearly 80 people represented by PIFA thus far, nearly half have been released from detention. 90% were their family's primary breadwinner, and over 1/3 are parents. As you consider now investments that support communities of color and those hardest hit by the pandemic, PIFA is an incredibly strong investment that shows immigrant communities that their city stands with them in support of family unity and community stability. Our immigrant neighbors are still at risk of being torn from their homes by federal enforcement officials, even under the current administration. Philadelphia's increased investment in PIFA can keep this city at the forefront of a national movement, continuing to lead the way towards an immigration system that is welcoming and fair. I urge you to support PIFA and to fund this incredibly valuable program at $300,000 in fiscal year 22. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so very much for being here. Thank you for your testimony. The next witness?
The next witness is Laura Fredericks.
Laura Fredericks, are you here and connected?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Laura, we can hear you well. Just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you today. My name is Laura Fredericks, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and the members of Families for Safe Streets, Greater Philadelphia. I lost my daughter, Emily, in a crash on November 28, 2017. She was killed by the driver of a sanitation truck while she was cycling at the intersection of Spruce and 11th Street. She was 24 years old. Our family is forever devastated as we miss our daughter and sister. Since Emily's death, excuse me, my husband and I have become advocates for safe streets. Based on data made available to us, our organization has determined that the Philadelphia Police Department has a low percentage of fatal crashes involving a cyclist, pedestrian, or motorcyclist that results in criminal charges. They do not have the best possible equipment available to investigate crashes, and they do not have sufficient staff to investigate crashes or, very importantly, adequately handle relations with victims' families. We insist that Philadelphia must do better to serve victims of traffic violence and their families. We see the devastation firsthand when a family does not know who killed their loved one because of a hit-and-run incident or when there is no one charged for killing their loved one. The Philadelphia Police Department lacks the necessary technology to investigate and reconstruct those crashes, to either successfully prosecute reckless drivers or recommend engineering solutions to the roadway. We have called upon the police department to take action to remedy this problem numerous times. We have met with the police and the DA's office. Today, I urge Mayor Penny and City Council to ensure that the city's FY2022 capital budget reallocates $75,000 in capital funds specifically for the Accident Investigation Division to procure 3D laser scanner equipment to reconstruct crashes.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for your testimony. We appreciate your being here and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Next witness.
The next witness is Michelle Curica.
Michelle, are you connected? Michelle, are you connected? Okay, thank you, Michelle.
I'm present. Can you hear me?
Yes, Michelle, we can hear you well. State your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Curica. I send my appreciation to council members for being present today and considering my comments and those of my fellow residents. I'm here to comment on the budget and council's approach to the work ahead. September 11th, 2021 will be 10 years since I made Philadelphia my home. In that time, I found my way, voice, and community as a member of the city's arts, culture, and creative economy. First as a staff member for the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, and most recently as a volunteer member of the Arts and Culture Task Force, and through community development work as a founding member of an emerging arts organization called the Philadelphia Assembly. Listening to previous budget testimonies and weekly council hearings, I do not underestimate the weight of the priorities and emergencies before you as leaders. As the task force says in our final finding report, City Council and Mayor Kinney, you do not have to solve these problems alone. The creative economy has been, is, and can be an excellent partner. The city's longest running and deepest issues can't be solved with the same tactics. We need creative solutions. Invest, partner, and engage with members of the arts and culture sector. Restore and increase investments in the institutions that directly impact grassroots, youth and community level infrastructure. The Philadelphia Cultural Fund, our libraries and community recreation centers. Charter the Office of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy. Partner and diversify your strategies for success with new arts partners that have trusted and authentic ties to their communities. Engage arts and culture workers to advance objectives like vaccine education and immunization, civic discourse and solution building around equitable housing, community governance, and healing communities impacted by gun violence. The ideas presented by the task force's 4 committees, permanent, individuals, and small organizations, youth in arts and nightlife, are just the beginning of what we can do to move Philadelphia forward. We are ready to help. We'll certainly make the city dollars and cents, but we can't make these impacts without your commitment and investment in us. Make a meaningful investment. The $20 million suggested by the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance is a start, especially targeted at BIPOC and working class community members of our sector working beyond Center City. We can trickle up and get things grooving from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. The next witness.
The next witness is Yosuke Araki.
Yosuke, are you
Hello,
connected? Yes,
Yosuke,
we can hear you. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Yosuke Araki. I'm a South Philly resident. Last year, the Kenney administration acknowledged racial equity as a reason for increasing the non-resident wage tax rate. But this year's proposal reverses that hike by adding additional cuts instead. But this, coupled with the projection that 15% of suburban commuters will never return to the city to work, risks a severe miscalculation that could worsen the economic situation for Philadelphia residents. This move is a gamble predicated on the assumption that you can reel these non-residents back into the city to work. But where will these non-residents be spending their money? I mean, it might free up some dollars, as Councilmember Clark stated, but at the cost of holding out, once again, on desperately needed direct funding to the immediate needs of our residents in the city. These short-term gains will surmount to long-term losses for the people who make up the heart of Philadelphia. In fact, it would serve as long-term abandonment. Our favorite condo magnate, Councilmember Alan Dome, in an almost comically typical move, superficially announced that these tax cuts are an investment in the economic growth of the city. But for who? Please lay out your logic. It's another glaringly cynical attempt to foster growth among the transient business elites to hoard more of the resources our residents more desperately need by the day. I believe we have reached a crossroads where we choose the path of nurturing our communities. We must shift funding from co-responders to mobile crisis response so mental health calls don't involve murderous police violence. We must heavily fund a youth-powered anti-violence agenda to combat the gun violence epidemic, and we must stop giving tax breaks to economic elites. I trust that the appetite for these archaic 20th century economic mishandlings is long gone among our new council, and I trust that this vital moment, as the pandemic slowly comes to pass, that you and the Kenney administration will make a properly calculated choice with the residents of Philadelphia on the forefront. Peace and love. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. The next witness, please.
Madam Chair, Sterling Johnson.
Sterling, are you connected and with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Sterling. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
All right. My name is Sterling Johnson. I'm representing myself. I live in District 2 in South Philly. I've been an advocate of decriminalization of drug use and mental illness and sex work over the years, and I'm here to speak about the mental health responder model that is being pushed by the mayor's office. Generally, we need to invest in communities. We need to disinvest from police. We know that they do not keep us safe. We must fund a mental health response team that does not include police. As the current plan is, they, at least from what we've discussed with the mayor's office, they would like a co-responder model that includes a police and a social worker. We know that that will only lead to more violence. Mental health response is a public health intervention. That includes people that are living on the street or people that are going through mental health crises inside their homes. It's not a criminal legal issue. We will not only fail to meet the goals, you will likely exacerbate the already stark disparities in mental health among between affluent people and white people compared to poor communities and black people. So it's really important that we put racial equity at the center of this and take the police out of it. The last thing I want to say is that when it comes to who is in the job of responding to these crises, you must use people from the community that have a lot of experience and knowledge about the issue. Often job requirements require master's level education. The practitioners often pick the brains of people on the street in terms of how they can do their job best, when, if anything, the people that know the best are the people that have the experience, and they deserve the jobs, not the master's level practitioners themselves. So I just wanted to take all these things into consideration and say that fund mental health response with no police. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Next witness.
Emiliano Rodriguez.
Emiliano, are you connected and with us today?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Emiliano. Please state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Yes, my name is Emiliano Rodriguez. I'm the political director of Unite Here Local 274, the Union of Hotel, Airport Food Service, and Stadium Workers in Philadelphia. Prior to the pandemic, we had over 4,000 members working. Our members are overwhelmingly people of color, immigrants, and women, and they preside primarily in the city of Philadelphia. We believe budgets are moral documents, and they reflect our society's priorities and shared values. And in times of crisis, they're life and death. The pandemic upended life for Philadelphians. In a city deeply divided on race and class lines, the pandemic exacerbated existing problems. The single biggest predictor of COVID mortality is income, and people of color contracted, were hospitalized, and died of COVID at the highest rate. At its highest, 90% of our union's members were laid off, joining countless working people who didn't have the option to work remote. We believe that what we need right now is direct, targeted aid to address the city's most vulnerable population. There was a lot of aid that came into our communities over the last year. Take the Paycheck Protection Loan, for example. Numerous Philadelphia employers took out these loans, a program that was supposed to keep people on payroll, but in reality, they only brought people back when business was back. On the other end of the spectrum, the currently maligned extra unemployment benefits were a lifeline when countless workers in the city weren't working. That's what we need. We need people to have the aid and programs that support those people to be funded. To that end, we want to point out three particular measures that we support as an organization. One, a $100 million investment to address the gun violence crisis ravaging our community, including at least $50 million for the youth-powered anti-violence agenda. A $3 million investment in the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project, and a $300,000 investment to continue to fund the PIFA pilot project to provide much-needed legal service to our immigrant brothers and sisters. I want to thank Council for all the steps and measures you've taken in the last year to support working people and our most vulnerable residents. You're setting an example for the whole country, and I'm hopeful about our city's future if we continue to fight together for the true needs of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next witness.
James M. Marsh.
James, are you with us? Are you connected?
Hi, this is James Marsh. Can you hear me?
Yes, James, we can hear you well. State your name for the record, James, and then proceed with your testimony.
Sure, thank you. So my name is James Marsh, M-A-R-S-H. I'm a resident of Philadelphia, zip code 19146. And so I just know the time is limited. I will run through these comments I want to make. So I had the understanding that possibly there was going to be a vote on this budget today. I hope that's not the case, because it would make the comments of all the citizens irrelevant. I hope that the council will give a good consideration to all the comments that are being made here today, and that it will be a vote later, not today, later on this week, next week, in order to give everyone proper consideration from the citizens. The second thing is on the tax cuts that are proposed. All these tax cuts, which are weighted towards the large corporations and the wealthy owners, should not be made at all. The citizens of Philadelphia are much more important than giving tax cuts to those entities. Also, the city is not in a position right now to be starved of funds. The city's funding should be kept as high as possible. And also, tax cuts are possibly illegal under the American Rescue Plan. And definitely that's not the design of the plan. So no money from the American Rescue Plan should be made to fund tax cuts. We need to build up Philadelphia. That's what will bring people back into Philadelphia. We build up the city and make it robust. And that's what's going to bring people back in. So now in terms of specific things, I think we want to try to get the ARP money and the budgeting so that we have permanent, improvements to the city. So we're not looking around 1 to 2 years from now, say, well, what happened to all the money? We're in the same situation as we were before. I would be in favor of trying to capitalize the public bank, which Congressman Green has proposed. I think we need to try to get that public bank going and getting away from the Wall Street interest payments that we have to make, the fees, and bring some continuing money into Philadelphia and funding businesses within Philadelphia. I think we need to have increased construction of affordable housing, maybe jobs for getting lead out of our pipes, funds to the health centers, funding libraries and rec centers, and do not defund arts and culture, and at least $100 million for against gun violence, and maybe try to bring back some street cleaning. And I endorse Controller Reinhardt's report of May 27th, specifically page 17 with her chart. So thank you, City Council.
Yes, thank you so very much for your testimony and getting your perspective on the record for members of council in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next witness, please.
Nomi Toich.
Nomi, are you connected with us today?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nomi, we can hear you well. Just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Fantastic. Thank you, Council. My name is Nomi Toich. I'm a social worker serving Southwest Philadelphia and also a resident of West Philadelphia. I wanted to testify today to speak to the needs, the very desperate and urgent needs that I see in the community in which I live and serve. And the two main issues that I see facing the community is that currently police respond to mental health emergencies, and this is wrong. This is not what people deserve. I want to see the mobile crisis expansion that DBH is spearheading grow and flourish, and I not want to see a police response continue, and a co-response is still a police response. People are dying from this, and it's unacceptable. I also wanted to call in to support the very, very vital and important youth-powered anti-violence agenda. I work with youth every day who are having their heart broken by gun violence in their communities. not only because of the people that they've loved and lost, but because of being afraid to literally leave their homes. That's not the way we want people to be growing up in our city. And I'm so inspired by the leadership of council members who are seeing a way forward to address not only gun violence, but also the trauma that it causes in communities. And lastly, echoing the sentiment of so many other Philadelphians, this is not the time for tax cuts. These other changes that are needed in our city require revenue, and they need to be funded. And that funding should be coming from individuals who are able to pay without sacrificing their basics, which is the wealthy. So thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. The next witness?
Ann Gemmel.
Ann, are you here and connected with us?
Yes, Councilwoman Parker, I'm here. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you, council members who are listening. I'm here to testify on behalf of the Future, well, really my voice, Future Works Alliance.
Ann, excuse me, Ann, can you please just state your name for the record?
Yes, this is Ann Gemmel, the founder of Future Works Alliance Philadelphia, former director of special initiatives at the Office of Workforce Development in the city of Philadelphia, also the first ever pre-K director for the city of Philadelphia. I'm here to testify about a couple things. One, we need to cultivate the innovation environment in our city. The pandemic, a lot of the dialogue has been focused on the devastation to small business. A lesser focus upon fact is explosion of new ventures, new entrepreneurs. Where are they going to grow? Where are they going to build a payroll? The wage tax provides disincentive for small businesses to grow here, and it invites working class people to go get a raise by moving across the county line. A lot of people on this list throughout the budget hearings, we all have the same goal. We want a better Philadelphia. We have to focus on building the innovation environment and making long-term investments in a stable and visionary tax structure. That's the first point. Second point is performance management. We are getting a windfall from the federal government once in a generation, yet we have no minimal performance management infrastructure in the city of Philadelphia's bureaucracy. The performance office was eliminated last year. How do we know what the vision is? What are the goals? What are the programs aligned to those goals? What do those programs cost? Where are we going? There is no clear horizon. And City Council, you're doing a great job on these budget hearings and a great job vetting a lot of the issues. But we're going to be in the same place 5 years from now if we don't really get intentional about our innovation environment and our performance as a government. Thanks for the opportunity. Have a great day.
Thank you for your testimony. And the next witness scheduled to testify?
Lila Thompson.
Thank you, Lila. Are you connected? Lila? Are you connected? A spot just lit up on my screen. Lila, are you connected? Do you need to unmute?
Are you able to hear me? I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now, Lila. Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Lila Thompson. I'm a staff attorney with the Pennsylvania Immigrant Family Unity Project, Pennsylvania's first publicly funded Defense Council project for detained immigrants. I am calling to urge that Philadelphia City Council increase funding for this deportation defense service provided by PIFUP in the fiscal year 22 budget to $300,000. The PIFUP program provides a fighting chance to immigrant communities who are our Philadelphia neighbors, and this is especially true during the COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to rage in detention facilities in Pennsylvania where immigrants are being held in immigration custody. PIFUP ensures that lawyers are on the front line fighting for freedom, safety, and dignity for Philadelphians in detention. We know that PIFUP is a cornerstone of Mayor Kenney and Philadelphia's long-standing leadership for immigrant communities, and the attack on immigrants has not ceased since the Trump administration has left office. The stakes for people in detention and facing deportation could not be higher, and the City of Philadelphia should ensure PIFUP's funding is increased to be able to assist more individuals in detention. A core component of Philadelphia sanctuary policies is to protect those facing deportation and detention and allow them to access a lawyer and have a fair chance to fight for safety, freedom, and reunification with their family. Unlike when a person is charged with a crime, people in immigration court are not entitled to a lawyer if they cannot afford one, which is why the vast majority of people languish in immigration detention centers with no representation. Having a lawyer can be the only chance at gaining freedom and avoiding tragic consequences such as deportation and tragic health consequences in crowded and COVID-infested detention centers. We are asking the City of Philadelphia to continue to be a national leader in protecting our immigrant communities and should continue their commitment to publicly fund PIFUP to stand with immigrants, promote health and safety, and save lives, and that is done with an investment of $300,000 by the City of Philadelphia. Thank you for allowing me to provide this testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. The next witness scheduled to testify?
The next witness to testify is Takesha Walker.
Takesha, are you with us and connected today?
Yes, I'm available.
Thank you, Takesha. Please state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Yes, Takesha Walker with the Mastery Charter School Parent Action Team. And I'm just testifying that I do agree and support the proposed budget and agenda. However, I do have concerns in relation to how the monies will be properly and appropriately allocated for community development, affordable housing, violence prevention, more activities for children in our educational system. Also, in reviewing the plan, it was mentioned of some mental health community-based services as well as trauma-informed services being available to address the violence, but I just wasn't sure. I just need to know how that's going to what's the actual plan to prevent the violence, because counseling service is just one part of it. And however, when we have our children who are being re-traumatized over and over again, we need a real plan of action to actually slow the violence, decrease it, remove the guns and the weapons so that our children are safe in our school settings. And I believe that's all I have for my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for sharing your perspective with us today. The next witness?
The next witness is Eli Steiker Ginsburg.
Eli, are you with us and connected today?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Eli. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Great, thank you. My name is Eli Steiker Ginsburg. I'm a lifelong Philadelphia resident, public school student at one time, and I now am a graduate student at Thomas Jefferson University, studying health communication and design. And I just wanted to echo a couple of things that I heard prior to my testimony in terms of representation for immigrants, as well as, greater support for our schools and the safety of the kids. And I'm really passionate about the need for more resources being given to other departments besides the police. And I've heard some talk about a Department of a Health Mobile Crisis Unit that would act as kind of co-responders to the police. And I am in favor of this, and I want to see greater creativity and innovation in terms of how we keep our community safe and avoid putting people in the criminal justice system, in probation, and so on and so forth. So I support these alternative methods of community safety and would like that to be reflected in this proposal. And that ends my testimony. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us and sharing your perspective today. The next witness?
The next witness is Larry Washington.
Larry, are you with us and connected today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Larry, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Yes, this is Pastor Larry Washington, Executive Pastor of Calvary Baptist in Southwest Philadelphia. Thank you for having me today and giving me the opportunity to address Bill number 210322, the budget for 2022. I wanted to address what I think is very, very important to me and certainly to our community, particularly as it relates to our youth in getting a greater opportunity through investment to make the difference, and I think through education and economics combined. I think having more funding on a local level through the anti-violence program or efforts that is being proposed will certainly help bring about the kind of enthusiasm that is needful for our youth to help curb some of the crime. I think a lot of them are sort of acting out in a very violent and bad way simply because they don't have access to the opportunities that are afforded others in other communities. And I think that that kind of investment is far more important than the major tax cuts for the parking lot owners who are making an enormous amount of money, and certainly the tax cuts for the wealthy in terms of big business and the suburbanites being the benefactors of the greater cut. I think making that local investment will certainly help and go a lot further in helping to address the youth issue, and certainly bringing more funding to the local communities that are more depraved because of the lack of resources and the accessibility to greater opportunity. Thank you so much. That ends my testimony.
Thank you, Pastor Larry, for your testimony. We appreciate you sharing with us today. The next witness?
The next witness is Aaron Young.
Aaron, are you with us and connected today?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, Aaron, just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay, my name is Aaron Young. I live in zip code 19143. I am a resident of the Cedar Park neighborhood, and in my neighborhood, I see, and around my neighborhood, I see police all the time, and I've not noticed the neighborhood being safer because of that. I would like to see funding for gun violence prevention, a lot more funding, instead of beefing up the police department with tasers and extra training. I also am a low-income resident. I make money that's pretty close to the poverty line, and I do not want to see the wealthy getting tax cuts when people like me have to foot the bill for this budget that's being considered. And so I would like to urge City Council to vote against this budget without amendments, and to please not put the burden on me or other low-income residents for the changes that we need to make. Also, sanitation is really underfunded still. I watched for the 100th time my recycling be put in with my garbage the other week. So I would like to see public goods like sanitation be adequately funded and revamped instead of more money going to the wealthy, parking lot owners, or the police department. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The next witness, please.
The next witness is Ronnie Begum.
Ronnie, are you with us and connected?
Hello?
Yes, just please state your,
Okay.
yes, we can hear you. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Rani Begum. I'm from zip code 19139, and I'm calling about the budget resolution 210322. I wanted to first talk about the co-responder model that's being shifted towards. I'm not quite sure why the co-responder model is being advocated for. I live in a neighborhood and on 52nd Street where there's a lot of police around. I witnessed a lot of mental health emergency crises on my street a lot. People are unhoused. People are just dealing with a lot of crises. And I don't see the cops being helpful. I don't understand why they have to co-respond with a mental health crisis person. I think that a mobile crisis response is adequate. I think that when police comes
it escalates the situation. People are afraid of the police, and the police being there with a mobile crisis response is going to escalate the situation rather than de-escalate the situation. I'm also just appalled that folks experiencing mental health crises are treated automatically as violent offenders. I don't think that that's an appropriate idea. I also want to stress and amplify cutting the police budget. And also, I'm not sure why corporations, universities, and a lot of rich people in our city are getting tax cuts. I'm seeing a lot of my neighbors continuously in crisis. I'm seeing them either try and navigate unemployment, or some of them still not getting unemployment. And so I think that my neighbors are in deep crises, and they're just not being heard, while the police budget either stays where it is, or it's either being or either there's more money going to the police. It needs to be cut. It doesn't need to be where it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Next witness.
The next witness is Kyla Van Buren.
Hello, are you connected and with us today?
Yes, I'm connected.
Thank you. Feel free to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kyla Van Buren, and I'm a resident of South Philadelphia. I've lived in Philly for like 5 years, and I am testifying to say that I would like the City Council to not support this budget proposal, and in particular to fund the mobile crisis units of the Department of Health and to move money away from the police department's co-responder program. I personally am someone who in Philly 2 years ago was punched in the head by a stranger outside of the 52nd Street L, and in that situation there were police around, and it didn't solve the problem at all. The person who punched me in the head was struggling with a mental illness, and the police had no solution other than for me to either, file a complaint and to try to bring him to court and for him to be sent to jail. And really what that person needed was mental health services and needed supportive nurses and mental health practitioners to sort of help him figure out what was going on. The police at the time told me that he was sort of a common character in the neighborhood, and I think it's just clear that there are lots of people in our city who don't have the support that they need, who don't have the resources that they need, and we really need to be not cutting taxes for the rich and not giving $750 million to the police, but instead funding our mental health services, our public parks, our libraries, things that Philadelphians need. So thank you so much. Please consider this before passing this budget.
Thank you so very much for your testimony and sharing with us today. As a matter of personal privilege, let me just note for the record that there are several people I know who are standing by because we have another City Council committee hearing today. That is the Committee on Law and Government. And we are expecting that hearing to begin, that meeting to begin at 3 p.m. City Council's Committee on Law and Government. We think we can begin based on the schedule at 3 p.m. today. So if there's anyone trying to make adjustments to their schedule to participate because it's later than we expected, please govern yourselves accordingly. Thank you very much. And Mr. McDermott, the next witness.
Councilman Parker, the last name on our list is Sierra Freeman.
Sierra, are you with us and connected? I see a light in the box. Are you trying to unmute Sierra?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now, Sierra. Thanks so much. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Sierra Freeman. Good afternoon, Council President Darrell Clark, Council members of the Education Committee, David O., Mark Skila, Isaiah Thomas, Kendra Brooks, Helen Gim, and Maria Quinones-Sanchez, as well as the other council members here today. My name is Sierra Freeman. I'm the founder of Philadelphia Parents Coalition, or PPC, a parent and Philadelphia stakeholder organization created for Black, Latinx, and low-income families to advocate for access to high-quality and choice-driven education for all Philadelphia students, by amplifying parent voices. I am also the Vice President of the Philadelphia Home and School Council. Today, I'm speaking from my perspective as founder of Philadelphia Parents Coalition, addressing ordinances 210321 and 210322, adopting a fiscal 2022 capital budget and adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2022. Congress set aside $13.2 billion in emergency relief funds to address the impact of COVID-19 on the nation's K-12 public schools. Philadelphia schools received a federal stimulus infusion of more than $1.1 billion, and there's currently a $30 million budget that may be allocated to the Board of Education. Philadelphia has a lot of opportunity to make changes that affect children and families currently. During the City Council's hearing for the school district proposed budget earlier in May, Philadelphia School District Chief Financial Officer Yuri Munson said that the school district wouldn't spend beyond 80% of the cost to repair or replace when it comes to renovations of the buildings that we currently have. He also said that the real cost comes into rewiring the electricity for these buildings. The Board of Education passed a vote on the budget May 27th that too many, both on the board and the parents, families, and stakeholders and community members at large, don't agree with, but we know the final say of funds and how they're used comes from you all here at the city level. I'm here today to say that too much of the budget's monetary considerations is going towards renovating and repairing outdated buildings. Because of this, there's not enough money going towards students having access to schools that meet their academic, social, emotional, and environmental needs equally, providing a safe space for learning. There needs to be proper allocations for services to parents and families, and that means caring most about students. Please make the decisions that influences the Board of Education to do the right thing by current students who will no doubt one day inherit this city and ensure its future viability. Thank you all so much, and you have a great day.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Mr. McDermott, you said that concludes our list?
Correct.
Okay, give me a second here. No, it's public testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee for any of the witnesses who testified? Hearing none, we're going to formally conclude the hearing and go into the public meeting for bill numbers 200655, 210283, 210284, 210285, 210442, and resolution number 210517. There being no further questions from members of the committee and no other witnesses to testify, I will ask if there is anyone else present in this hearing whose name we have failed to call and that wishes to offer testimony on the bills and the resolution that I just mentioned. Hearing none, I want to thank all of the panels and witnesses for their participation today. We value your opinions. I now invite all panels and witnesses to please disconnect from the meeting before we go into our public meeting. We will now pause the proceeding very briefly as multiple participants leave the hearing. And Mr. McDermott, and to our tech team, you'll let me know and give me the signal when we can begin our next meeting.
It appears that the public testimony line is disconnected.
Thank you so very much, Mr. McDermott. This concludes the public hearing for today. We will now go into a public meeting to consider the action to be taken on bill numbers 200655, 210283, 210284, 210285, 210442, and resolution number 210517. We will now convene the public meeting. Mr. McDermott, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Councilmember Bass. Councilmember Brooks.
I'm sorry, this is Councilmember Bass. I am present. Thank you very much. I am present.
Okay. Councilmember Brooks.
I'm present.
Councilmember Dom.
Good afternoon. I'm present.
Councilmember Gautier. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good afternoon. I'm present.
Councilmember Green. Councilmember Gim.
I am present.
Councilmember Heenan.
Good afternoon. I am present.
Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Jones. Councilmember O'Neill.
Present.
Councilmember O.
I am present. Just by way of reminder, I will be introducing an amendment to Bill number 210322. Thank you.
Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Present.
Councilmember Squilla. Councilmember Thomas.
Present. Councilmember Thomas is present.
And Council President Clark. I see he's in the meeting.
And Mr. McDermott, I'm also present as well. Sorry, I missed the point earlier.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Does that conclude the roll call, Mr. McDermott?
That does conclude the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. I now want to recognize Councilmember Squilla, Councilmember Jones. Are you on? Councilmember Sanchez, do you have your script in front of you? Can one of our members of council who are present with this script handy, would one of you be able to make a motion for us to recess until Thursday, June 10th? But we need all of the bill numbers to be read. Is there anyone with the script in front of them? And I want to acknowledge the presence of Council Member Gaultier, who is present.
Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. I move that we recess the Committee of the Whole hearing on bills number 200-655, 210-283, 210-284, 210-285, 210-320, 210-321, 210-322, 210-323, 210-324, and 210-442 until the call of the chair.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the public hearing and meeting of this committee on bill numbers 200-655, 210-283, 210-284, 210-285, 210-320, 210-321, 210-322, 210-323, 210-324, 210-442, and resolution numbers 210-336 and 210-517 be recessed until Thursday, June 10th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it and the motion carries. This committee will stand in recess until Thursday, June 10th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m., at which time we will reconvene on Microsoft Teams. We want to thank you all. I want to make a small adjustment to my prior a little earlier than we thought. So instead of 3 p.m., we will reconvene at 2:30 p.m. We will reconvene, or we will convene for the Committee on Law and Government for several bills, but we know we had several people who were on and they were adjusting their schedules to testify. So 2:30 p.m. will all members of the Law and Government Committee please report back to teams for our committee meeting. Thank you all so very much for your time and your patience.